Welcome to the NFL Draft Show. Who do we got in here so far? What's up, Ben? How you been, bro? So we got the first round tonight. It's gonna be on ABC, so I'm gonna be able to watch it, and then I got the radio too as well. Jay Glazer is gonna be coming out with the picks before they even happen, so I'm gonna have that for you. I'm gonna have comparisons. I'm gonna have my own mock draft available. We know the first overall pick so far. It's going to be Cam Ward from Miami. The Titans are going to take him, and then after that, a lot of people have their opinions. Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. It seems the Browns got two guys in mind there, and then whoever the Browns don't take at two, the Giants are going to take. So I have them taking Travis Hunter at two, the Browns, and then I have the Giants taking Abdul Carter. Patriots last year drafted Drake May. I believe they want to protect him, so I have them going with Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from LSU. And then at five, the Jaguars, Mason Graham was the option for a long time, but I've seen mock drafts now with Ashton Genty or Ted McMillan, and I just went with Ted McMillan. I just feel like the quarterback in Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, his days are numbered, and he needs a playmaker wide receiver like McMillan just to see what he has. And I got the Jaguars taking Ted McMillan at five. I got the Raiders taking Ashton Genty at six. I think their offense will come together if they grab their running back. Compared him to Marshawn Lynch, a smaller version of him. He's like a bowling ball when he runs. He gets the ball in his hands. So I think their offense will come together with Bowers, Genty, Myers, Tucker, Turner. I mean, they got the playmakers over there now. Geno Smith, the quarterback. At seven, I got the Jets taking Armand Membu, left tackle from Missouri, to protect Justin Fields. And that can go a lot of ways. I've seen a lot of mock drafts where they have him taking another player there. Um, so that's an option right there. I don't know if they're going to take a left tackle. That was just my opinion when I looked at their depth chart. At eight, I got the Panthers taking Mason Graham. He didn't get picked up by the Jaguars, so the Panthers grabbed the best player available there. Um, and then we had the big one here at nine, that Shador Sanders to the Saints. The Derek Carr injury was, it seemed kind of crazy, the timing of the injury and the news breaking. It seemed like maybe they were trying to trade him or do something like that, but due to that news, I got the Saints taking Shador Sanders at nine. I don't think he's going to be a great NFL pro. Matter of fact, I think he's going to be a bust. I think he's one of these quarterbacks that needs a long time to develop, just like Geno Smith did, and that's the comparison I have on him. At 10, I got the Bears taking Kelvin Banks. He's a left tackle from Texas. They need someone to protect Caleb Williams, their number one pick last year. At 11, I got the 49ers taking Jahdae Barron. He's the best cornerback in this draft from Texas. They lost Javarius Ward. They're going to need, number one cornerback in the future. So I got them taking Jahdae Barron from Texas. At 12, I got the Cowboys taking Omari and Hampton, running back from North Carolina. They need a playmaker in the backfield, and they like Genty, but he's gone, so they're going to take Omari and Hampton, the running back from North Carolina. And then at 13, I got the Dolphins taking Nick Emanwari, the safety from South Carolina. A lot of mock drafts had him taking Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, but this Emanwari guy, he kind of slipped was coming up in the drafts late. Starting in the beginning of April, you saw his name in the back end of the first round, and now he's supposedly going to be a top 15 pick. At number 14, I got the Colts taking Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. This is strictly just based on depth chart. When I looked at the defensive linemen that the Colts have, they could possibly go tight end here, or cornerback too as well. At 15, I got the Falcons taking Mike Green. He's an edge rusher from Marshall. This guy's a redshirt sophomore, pretty young guy. A lot of speed, edge rusher. I think the Falcons need that. They were one of the last teams in the league in sacks, so I think they'll pick up that edge rusher. At 16, I got the Cardinals taking another edge rusher, Donovan Eziraku from Boston College. They need sack help too as well from their defensive line. So at 17, I got the Bengals taking a offensive lineman, Tyler Booker from Alabama, to protect Joe Burrow. I mean, they got the playmakers on offense. They just need to protect Burrow a little bit better. So I haven't taken Tyler Booker. Not a bad pick here for them. At 18, I got the Seahawks taking Josh Simmons, left tackle from Ohio State. Just signed Sam Darnold to a big contract, so you want to protect him. Got them taking a left tackle in the first round at 18. At 19, I got the Buccaneers taking Jihad Campbell, a linebacker from Alabama. They lost their star linebacker in free agency. I can't think of his name right now, but they need linebacker help on the depth chart. So I got them taking the best linebacker in this draft, Jihad Campbell, at 19. At 20, I got the Broncos taking Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas. It's either going to be a running back or wide receiver here. It's going to be help for Bo Nix. Their rookie quarterback last year had a phenomenal year. I think they're going to get him some weapons in this draft. Whether it be a running back, I think Golden's the best option here. They got Sutton. He's the Cortland Sutton. He's a good possession wide receiver. They need a burner, and I think they get Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas. At 21, the Pittsburgh Steelers. They could go Jackson Dart here, but it wouldn't be good value to get Dart at this point at 21. So I see them taking James Pierce Jr., edge rusher from Tennessee. The reason I have them taking Pierce Jr. is because T.J. Watt, his last year of his deal is coming up. So I have them taking an edge rusher at 21. At 22, I got the Chargers taking Colston Loveland. He's a tight end from Michigan. The reason I have him taking this guy is Harbaugh recruited him. He played for Harbaugh, and this pick just kind of makes sense looking at the Chargers depth chart at tight end. At 23, I got the Packers taking Derek Harmon, defensive tackle from Oregon. This is another depth chart decision. Just looking at it, and best player available in Harmon. He's a defensive tackle that can stop the run. Not much of a pass rusher at all, but it's just something they need to fill in. At 24, I got the Vikings taking Will Johnson, cornerback from Michigan. This is a good value pick. He was supposed to be a top 10 pick about a month ago. He slipped a little bit. Jahdae Barron kind of came up on him. This is a bigger type of a cornerback. I was 6'2", I want to say, 200 pounds. But a solid pick right here for the Vikings. 25, I got the Houston Texans taking Luther Burden. He's a wide receiver from Missouri. They just lost Stephon Diggs. I think they pick up another wide receiver here for C.J. Stroud, and they just get the best one available. It's either going to be Burden or Emeka Ibuka, the wide receiver from Ohio State. I see them getting some type of playmaker. At 26, I got the Rams taking Trey Amos. He's a cornerback from Ole Miss. Um, they could go a lot of different ways here. They can also go quarterback too as well. They got Stafford on a 2 more years. Maybe they draft a quarterback to learn under Matthew Stafford. But I got them taking Amos, the best player available here. He's a cornerback. At 27, I got the Ravens taking Jalen Walker, edge rusher from Georgia. People are going to think I'm crazy that he slips this far. Maybe I have him rated not as good as I thought. Maybe I should have watched some more film on him, but I got him at the bottom end of the first round when many people have him as a top 10 pick. So I'll be looking to see where Jalen Walker goes, the edge rusher from Georgia, to see if I was wrong on that. 28, I got the Lions taking Michael Williams, edge rusher from Georgia. Just another a depth need right here. Aiden Hutchinson coming off the ACL injury. You don't know, is he going to be the same guy? So the Lions grabbed this Michael Williams guy, edge rusher from Georgia. 29, the Commanders grabbed Shamar Stewart, edge rusher from Texas A&M. Only 4.5 sacks in his career at Texas A&M. He's not much of a pass rusher, but he does a lot of things for you on defense. The loss of yardage plays on running plays. He's a lot of people don't have him as a first round pick, but I have him as a first round grade. I think he's going to help a team out tremendously on defense. 30, I got the Bills taking Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from LSU. Another best player available right here. Grant was supposed to be drafted higher than this, slipped as April was going into April. You saw him possibly a second round pick, late first round pick, but he did have a top 10 grade after the college season. So he slipped tremendously. 31, they got the Chiefs taking Josh Connerly Jr., left tackle from Oregon. They need to protect Patrick Mahomes. That's the biggest option there. They signed the backup left tackle from the 49ers. I don't think it was a great move doing that. So I think they're going to need more depth at that position, bring in more competition at training camp, and Josh Connerly Jr., the left tackle from Oregon, is the option here. And then at 32, this one I really didn't know what to really pick. I just kind of went best player available. I had the Eagles taking Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State. He could possibly go a lot higher than this, but it was just best player available. They got Dallas Goedert over there, but tight end is like a sleeper type of a need for the Eagles. They don't need much, honestly. They could probably go with their same team and still do damage, but see, we get some of your comments on that first round mock draft. The draft is just now starting right now. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. He's got announcers, Little Wayne, who is that? Matthews. I don't understand why they just do this. Just make the pick. Ahmad Green, Clay Matthews, Jordy Nelson, James Jones, and Mason Crosby. Why the hell is Little Wayne on the stage? Isn't he from New Orleans? They got a bunch of Packers players, and then they got Little Wayne on the stage. Is he gonna sing or something? I don't understand it. Why is Little Wayne on the stage? I don't get it. Is it just to get more views up? Like, I thought Lil Wayne was a Steelers fan. It's funny, these rappers, they'll wear like all the jerseys, like every single jersey, like who's ever doing good at the time. They're like, oh, I like this team. I guess he's a Packers fan if he's up there on stage. I didn't even know that. You got everyone's like 6'2", 6'3" up there. Then you got Little Wayne, who's like 5'5". I can't believe there's actually Titans fans there. I've never actually met a Titans fan, so um, it's just funny to actually see some actually in person. So Cam Ward's gonna go number one. We know that. What's up, Ben? Um, we know he's gonna go number one overall. That's like the given pick in this draft. So I got the new sounds. I had the new song to play that I started the show. That's the new song to start the show. Unsolved Mysteries theme. And then we got the draft. That's when they make a pick right there. And the Titans aren't even on the clock yet. Oh, they are on the clock. I got the actual tablet in the way. Okay, so we got 8:20 left on the clock, round one. Let's say the Giants are calling right now to the Titans. They're saying, all right, I want to make a trade for that number one overall pick, and I want to get Cam Ward. What's it going to take for the Giants to move up to one? You got to believe it's a first round pick next year. It's three, and it's pretty much their whole draft this year. Giving up at least a second, probably a fourth, a sixth round pick. I mean, they're going to ask for a king's ransom for Ward, who in last year's draft, if you were to put Cam Ward, he wouldn't even have. He would have been like the seventh rated quarterback in last year's draft. So this year is very thin on quarterbacks. So he might be a little overrated because of the quarterback class being so thin. Um, so, anyways, right now I think they're fielding calls, and they shouldn't need to take this time down to under 5 minutes. I mean, the commissioner should be coming out right now. Matter of fact, I mean it's pretty much a given. This pick's going to be Cam Ward, the quarterback from Miami. What I like about him is his escapability in the pocket, his arm angles when he's throwing the football too as well. He's got a cannon for an arm. Um, he has a hard time going through his reads. If that first read isn't there, he bails out of the pocket. But um, he is the best quarterback in this draft, and the Titans, they need a quarterback. They need something. I mean, Will Levis isn't the guy over there. They haven't had a guy since Tannehill. This is a team that gave the Chiefs problems in the regular season. The first kind of rivalry was with Houston and Deshaun Watson in the playoffs, and then they had a rivalry with Tennessee for a couple years. Derrick Henry was running the ball crazy one playoffs, and they lost to the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. He had like 60 yards in that game, and then it seems like after that the Titans um, went downhill. So they need a guy like Cam Ward who can come in and change the culture from a to a winning culture to a losing one. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. I think he'll play day one, but um, it could be like what we saw from Caleb Williams in Chicago. Like three or four bad games in a row, and then like one good game in a row. So I think the Titans win like 4 or 5 games next year. They're not going to be the worst team in the league, but um, they need a lot more picks in this draft. They should be trying to trade out of it. That's what they're trying to do right now. But it doesn't look like they're getting the package they want back. So you got 450 left in round one. Um, Titans are on the clock. Pick is in. Pick is in. Anyways, so they went 5 minutes. You got to think during that 5 minutes that they called the New York Giants. Maybe they called another team too as well. Maybe the package on the trade got a little bit lighter uh, because they knew, okay, we're gonna have to take Cam Ward now. We got 5 minutes left. So maybe they just asked for a second round pick next year, a second round pick this year, still a king's ransom for Cam Ward. So no one budged on it. The Titans are going to take Cam Ward right here, and the commissioner should be on his way out. I'm going to try to turn the screen around when he comes out to make the pick, but I just don't want to do it too soon and get a copyright violation. But um, I want you guys to be able to see the commissioner come out and show each and every pick, and then after the pick, I'm gonna give Jay Glazer. He's gonna give his radio version of it. Matter of fact, let's do that right now. Financial resources and lifetime career services. Wow, they went to commercial. They take forever with this. There he is. I don't understand why it takes forever. I mean, it's pretty obvious who the Titans are going to take at number one. There he is. Quarterback, Miami, Cam Ward going number one to the Titans. You heard it here first. Well, you didn't hear it here first. I said it. It was pretty obvious that he was going to go number one. Everyone knew it for a couple months now that Cam Ward was the best quarterback in this draft, and now he's going to go play for the Tennessee Titans. And like I said, I mean, 4 or 5 wins next year is my prediction. I don't think he's going to come in and light the league up like in Andrew Luck, or you've seen some rookie quarterbacks come in and really do well. I just don't think it's going to happen for him. But he is a dynamic player. Possibly, in a few years, he could be, a Jordan Love type. I watched the tape. He looked like RG3 to me. But like I said, I mean, he gets off of that one read and then he bails out of the pocket. The good thing about that is he can throw from any arm angle, and he's got a cannon of an arm. So he can get himself out of some crazy situations. And will he win in Tennessee? That's the big question. I mean, they need to. Let's say he does. He is really good. If the Titans don't surround him with the right players, then he's gonna be. He's going to be a bust. He's going to be out, just like Vince Young was, just like Marcus Mariota was. Both these guys were first round quarterbacks by the Titans and, had some success early in their career, but For the most part, the Titans had to get rid of him about 4 or 5 years in, and will Cam Ward be the next Mariota, the next Vince Young? Someone that the Titans just play 3 or 4 years and then he's on to the next team. So I question that. Next pick we got coming up is the Cleveland Browns. They're on. Whoa! We got a trade. Jacksonville has just traded up to the number 2 overall pick to Cleveland. Whoa! I didn't see that. So Jacksonville is on the clock right here. So we had them taking. Could this be Genty? Why would they go up to pick? What's up, Kiv? How you doing, Mav? So Jacksonville trades up to number 2. I got them taking Tet McMillan. It's obviously not going to be him. Do they go Abdul Carter here or Travis Hunter? It's got to be Travis Hunter. It's got to be Travis Hunter right here. It's the Jacksonville Jaguars make a big move, and they trade up from 5 to 2. And I bet you Cleveland they didn't get a first-round pick next year. They probably got a second-round pick next year, a second-round pick. It is Travis Hunter. It's got to be Travis Hunter. Yeah, because they need a wide receiver. Cornerback was a need. Now they can get. Now that Jaguars can get a cornerback and a wide receiver in one pick right here, and I had the comparison on. I was looking at some comparisons they had on Travis Hunter, and it's crazy what they had on him. Let's see what. So as a cornerback, it's Champ Bailey, a Hall of Famer, and then as a wide receiver, Justin Jefferson. So can you imagine getting one player and both those guys production wise in one pick? So this is a no brainer right here. The Jaguars trade up and get Travis Hunter. The pick is in, and I bet you it is going to be Travis Hunter. Here's why they need Travis Hunter. They just got that Brian Robinson guy last year, the LSU wide receiver, and now they get Hunter. And because I think they need a playmaker, because Trevor Lawrence is on like his last limb in Jacksonville, so I think they're gonna go with an actual wide receiver. They need a playmaker for him to see if he's gonna stick around, help him out on offense a little bit. So I think they're gonna go Travis Hunter here, and then it just so happens he plays cornerback too, and he's really really good at it. This could be the best wide receiver in this draft and the best cornerback in this draft. First time I've ever seen something like that. So the trade was okay. So the Browns received a 5th, and they got a first round pick next year. Wow, just for jumping up 3 spots in the first round like that. That's how much the Jaguars value Travis Hunter. I mean, they gave up a first round pick next year just to jump up 3 spots in the draft to get him. So the Browns ended up getting. Browns are going to have 2 first round picks next year, and they're accumulating picks back for that. What was it? The Deshaun Watson, a horrible trade. So it looks like the pick is in. The commissioner is headed up to the podium right now. And if I'm wrong on this, I'll apologize, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be Travis Hunter. Oh, he's gotta like he's given like a shout out to one of the players. Walter Payton Man of the Year award. The shitty thing is you got Cam Ward, now you got Travis Hunter in the AFC. So you got the best two players in this draft in um, the AFC. So Mahomes and the Chiefs are gonna have to go up against Ward and Travis Hunter now. There you go. The Jaguars select Travis Hunter. That was the best player available for them. They also gave up a 2026 first round pick. They jumped up from pick number 5 to pick number 2. The Browns, I say they did very well in this trade. They did. Turns out they didn't need Travis Hunter. I thought they did. I thought they were going to value him. Maybe they jump back to 5 and pick up their running back that Nick Chubb isn't available. So maybe the Browns take Genty at 5 here. So we got to watch out for that because now Abdul Carter is going to be gone. Obviously, the Browns don't need a offensive lineman. They got a pretty solid offensive line from what I remember. So it could be a running back, um, or it could be a corner, something like that, or Ted McMillan. So think about it. Could be Genty or Ted McMillan that the Browns take at 5. So the first trade in this draft, the Jaguars trade up from pick number 5 to pick number 2. They give up a 2026 first round pick, which is crazy. Um, but the Browns also pick up a second round pick in next year's draft. It's a really weird trade when you look at it. I'm gonna have to look at it again. It seems like both teams got picks, but um, the Browns ended up doing better in my opinion. It's gonna be tough to see. We're gonna have to tell what Travis Hunter does in his career, but pick number 3 is the um, New York Giants, and they are on the clock right now. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. I'm gonna be right back and get some water. So first three picks are a given. So Abdul Carter's going to the Giants at 3. And the most obvious three picks are Titans took Cam Ward. Jaguars took Travis Hunter. And the pick is in right now for the Giants. They're still doing highlights on Travis Hunter. This one's got to be Abdul Carter.
Use him as a stand-up outside backer, a Sam, or on either side of the defense, and you can move them off. You can play them on the inside as well within that 3-4 defense. So we talk about the versatility of what Jacksonville just received in getting Travis Hunter. But Abdul Carter's versatility, it shines through as well. You can see him in pass coverages. He can cover 30, 40 yards downfield. So if it's New York taking him,
So they took Abdul Carter, the defensive end from Penn State, and it ended up being him who.
Right? But the other thing, one of the guys in there said to me, he's listed 6'2".
This is Jay Glazer right here. He knows actually the picks like 5 minutes before they actually happen on TV. So he's the guy to listen to.
45,
Right.
250.
6'3" and a half, like they're like,
6'3".
yeah, right.
Yeah. There he is. Stick City, baby. It's a place.
Well, you're listening to Draft Night live on Fox Sports Radio. I'm here with NFL insider Jay Glazer.
So the comparison on Abdul Carter was Cliff Averill. He used to play for the Seahawks. He was like a 10 sack a year guy. Never was like really the best defensive end in the league, but he could play outside linebacker, defensive end. So.
6'3", 250 pounds.
LeVar, I like the look. How about this from Abdul Carter?
Yeah, he's got a nice little.
What the
stylish
fuck
thing
is
going
he
there. He's got the
wearing?
incredible chain on.
He's got like a dress on with a big ass chain.
Talk about, you can't speak enough about the maturity level that he carries with himself. Very workmanlike, very professional.
Yeah, Penn State does have a history of some good linebackers. LeVar Arrington, Navarro Bowman, Micah Parsons, and now Abdul Carter.
And the value, constantly building and learning the value.
Yeah, he is
So
definitely
it's a great pick for them.
6'3", 250 pounds, definitely one of the best players in this
he will
draft.
bring, as I mentioned, he'll bring a ton of value to the table. So I'm excited for him. And yes, this is the perfect market for a big-time player to go into and have some success.
I brought up Strahan. That's the first call he should make, by the way, when he gets there.
That's a great
Michael
point.
This one should be pretty obvious too. The Patriots at 4. They need to protect Drake May, so they're going to go with. I got them going with Will Campbell, the offensive tackle from LSU. It also could be Ahmad Membu. Not a lot of people knew who was the best tackle between Campbell and Membu, so that's something to look at right there.
Explosive player, maybe a little bit better in open space. But Abdul Carter and me and Joe were talking about it. His bend, his ability to slingshot off of the edge and still maintain his quickness, still maintain his strength. I think he's pretty second to none with his ability to get off of the ball and turn that corner and turn that edge. I think as he continues to learn at the pro level.
So right now you should probably see the first offensive lineman go off the board right here. Pick is in. Where's my sound bite?
Tools will represent what they will be, and I think that will play.
It's like I actually got to look over the tablet just so I can see if the commissioner's coming out. looks like they're going to commercial right now as the pick is in. So it could be a little bit of a wait here. But yeah, let's talk about the Patriots and what they got going on. They just fired their coach actually last year. Uh, it's a new coach, Mike Vrabel, coming in. I believe they fired Gerard Mayo was the coach that they fired after one season. So they draft Drake May last year, and then they start him about 8 games into the season. He comes in, and it doesn't look great from him. He didn't have a great rookie year, in my opinion. But the Patriots were a bad team as a whole. So in order for him to be successful, he needs to be protected. So I think that's where the Patriots are going to go with their first overall pick. And will they ever get back to the days of Tom Brady and winning championships? Probably not. Probably not for a long while. Not with Drake May. Not with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow. The AFC is loaded with quarterbacks. You got Cam Ward now just being drafted, the first overall pick. So it's going to be pretty tough for the Patriots to regain that same success. But we don't know what to expect from Drake May. He could come out and have a phenomenal second year, as quarterbacks do. So that's the crazy thing about football is sometimes people play better than what you expected. So Will Campbell, LSU was the best offensive lineman in my opinion. He's got really quick feet, but also short arms. So he's gonna struggle with like speed rushers um, and yeah, speed rushers, things like that. But he's a good run blocker as well. So the positives on him is run blocking, pass blocking is kind of his weakness, but he's kind of average pass blocker, I would say. But the positive is his run blocking. So Membu's kind of like a raw talent type of a offensive lineman. And Campbell's like ready day one to start in the NFL. So I think the Patriots go with Campbell, but it could be Membu too. So we'll have to see what they do. But the Patriots need a lot of help. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking to move out of this pick and trade out. Pick up a package similar to what the Browns got for pick number 2. But, they should stay here and draft Campbell. They shouldn't, there's 2 offensive linemen that are really good in this draft. And then you get into guys like Banks, Tyler Booker, Justin Simmons. That's like the second tier of the draft. And then you get into the Josh Connerly Juniors in like the third tier of the first round. So Mike Vrabel, they're showing him right now. Yeah, that's exactly what I say. Get him a offensive lineman in the first round, and then you maybe go pick up like a Jaden Higgins, a wide receiver in the second round. Maybe they can get maybe Golden slips, someone like that. Maybe a Luther Burden slips, and they can get a Luther Burden in the second round. There's a lot of options for them, but the one thing that they need is for sure an offensive lineman. So the commissioner is on his way out right here. So they ended up going with Will Campbell, the tackle from LSU. Basically, You know, it was a hard decision between him and Membu. You know, they're both, you know, pretty much similar big guys that move pretty well, but I just think what separated uh, Campbell from Membu is Campbell played in some big games, and you know he's also got more experience than Membu. Membu's also the raw talent and might take him a little while to get used to the NFL. I just think Campbell was NFL ready day one, so they take him at 4. The knock on him is the alligator arms, short arms, trouble with the speed rushers, but he's coming out right now. I'll show you his walkout. This guy's huge. He's about 6'7", about 310. Not a lot to really knock the guy on. Just the short arms. Usually for a left tackle, you want their arms to be extremely long to stop the speed rushers, but that's really the only knock on him. He's got good. He can stay with them, but I'm just worried about them getting around the edge and getting to that second level where a quarterback on his drop back. But he won't give up a lot of sacks this year. It's going to be a good pickup for the Patriots protecting Drake May. Let's see what the go to the radio version.
I understand that. I know they're projecting him to be a tackle. I get
So
it.
we got the Browns are on the clock, and I think this pick possibly could be Ashton Genty. They just jumped in front of the Raiders right here. It could be Genty. It could be Ted McMillan. They're gonna for sure get a playmaker. I think Nick Chubb is actually not playing as well. So for the Browns, I'm not sure on that. So they possibly could need a running back. So the Browns pick is in right now. I gotta play my sound. I love this sort of thing.
On Fox Sports Radio is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code SPORTS for a free trial. ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com. Code SPORTS.
Hey, it's the odd couple. As a renter, do you ever feel like you're just throwing money away? Well, check this out.
I don't know why they go to commercial. The pick is in. They should just come out and do no commercials and like do like a side by side where there's a commercial and then they're still at the draft. But in my opinion, right here, you know, the Browns thought, you know, okay, we could trade Travis Hunter to the Jaguars and pick up an extra first round pick next year and still get one of the best players in the draft in Ashton Genty. Could that be an option here? You know, the top 3 guys in this draft are out, and they know the Raiders like Ashton Genty. Could this be a way to jump in front of the Raiders and get Genty? It's either Genty or Ted McMillan. That's who I'm going with. Who else could it be? So I'm looking at my first round right now, and Mason Graham. Do they want to get a defensive tackle to pair up with Garrett? Maybe to take some pressure off Myles Garrett. I mean, that could be an option. I mean, I'm saying Genty's my number 1 pick that the Browns are going to jump in front of the Raiders. Or it's going to be Mason Graham, the second pick. Or my third option would be Ted McMillan that they're going to take. So one of the 3 picks there. Who else could it be? It's not going to be a corner. It's not going to be Shador. I don't think they'll do something crazy like that. They just picked up 3 quarterbacks. They got Flacco. They got Pickett. They got Deshaun Watson. I don't think it's going to be Shador. It's not going to be an offensive lineman. So you got 3 guys, in my opinion, for this pick. Genty, Mason Graham, and Ted McMillan, the wide receiver. And they took Mason Graham, so the Raiders are going to get a chance for Genty. Wow. Raiders are going to get a chance for Genty. Just like it's going to play out, Mason Graham goes 5, which we all saw. He was supposed to go 5 to the Jaguars. It turns out the Browns get him at at 5 with the trade. So yeah, Ted McMillan doesn't get picked. Genty's still on the board, and Raiders. John Spytek actually came out and said he liked Ashton Genty. Said that Genty was going to be the pick at 6 if he was still there, and you got to believe that's where the Raiders are going right here. They got 9 minutes left on the clock. Round 1. Genty, there's been Ahmad Membu's also been an option 2 here. The left tackle from Missouri. Fucking weird, man. Shit's annoying. The Raiders haven't picked yet. So Patriots took Will Campbell. Browns took Mason Graham. And it's setting up perfect for Genty. I made a bunch of videos on the Raiders taking Ashton Genty. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. Can they complete their offense? and to come together as the commissioner is heading to the podium right now.
With the sixth pick in the 2020
It's got to be Genty.
Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Jeff.
Oh my God.
What does he say?
Ashton Jeanty was the runner-up for the Heisman Trophy and going the 6th overall to Las Vegas. He is now the highest
Careful what you wish for, right?
outside the power conferences.
Just starting to hit me now that the Chiefs are going to have to deal with Ashton Genty now for the next 10 years. This is, a LaDainian Tomlinson type of a running back. Someone that could, break a lot of records. He's broke a lot of records in college. And I think Genty is the best running back in this draft and the best running back in the last decade of drafts. I mean, he's that good.
All of a sudden last year, Saquon Barkley left and went to Philadelphia. Derrick Henry left and obviously went to Baltimore.
So the Raiders' offense now coming together. I said, Bowers, Myers, Tucker, Turner, and now they got Ashton Genty, Geno Smith. A solid offensive line. I mean, it's not the best offensive line in the league, but their offense now is going to be tough to stop. They're going to be moving first downs, and now we got a Raiders insider now on the phone. You're live on the live stream, Raiders insider. Tell us what your reaction is to this pick, Raiders insider.
Oh, I really like the pick.
What's
Big
Genty
guy.
bring to the Raiders for you?
To this fierce toughness, competitiveness. His balance is unheard of. I haven't seen a guy like that since O.J. Simpson. Let me just tell you, he is going to bring the juice. He's going to squeeze the defenders. Everything's just going to be. It's going to look like blue. all
Now
over the
is this
Raiders roster.
Darren McFadden 2.0 or is this a little better than McFadden?
Don't disrespect Genty when you call him McFadden. McFadden had birth. He just got birth, but he's going to have a better career. He thought Bowers was good last year. Could have got the rookie of the year, just, in a shit situation.
So you're calling it right now. You're calling it right now. You're saying Ashton Genty has the rookie of the year locked up already. He hasn't played one snap in the NFL yet, and you're saying he's got the rookie of the year locked up.
I'm saying that not only will he have that, I think he gets 15 touchdowns year one.
15 touchdowns?
15 touchdowns year one. They're going to hand that ball to him. You know how Carroll is. Petey loves running the ball.
He does like running the football, working on play
And
action.
then you're going to spread out. Don't be surprised in the second round if we go after Jalen Monroe, if we even trade up to go after him.
Oh, you're saying trade back into the. You're saying trade that second round pick into the first round to like a team like the Commanders or who you got up there?
It's a definite.
You got the Eagles at 32, Chiefs at 31, Bills at 30. I mean Milroe. I mean it seems like Dart's better than Milroe in a lot of mock drafts.
Yeah, I mean, if Dart's, I don't think Dart's going to be there. I think Pittsburgh's going to take Dart. I'm kind of just curious to see because Derek Carr had that shoulder injury, so maybe look at the Saints to go after a Dart. I've heard a lot of bad character things about
Dart over
Sanders.
Shador? Over Shador? They would go Shador instead of Dart. That would be the craziest thing ever if Shador slipped and Dart went to 9 to the Saints.
Hey, I don't know how many viewers you got, big guy, but let me
We
just
got
tell you
two we got
something.
two viewers right now. I mean it ain't nothing crazy. I mean, but still trying to put on some type
Hey,
of show
that's-
here.
Well, you know what? My sources are pretty good, pretty ironclad, and I'm saying Dart's going to go ahead of Shador. Mark my words on that one.
I'm saying you're wrong
Dart
there.
goes
I'm
before.
saying you're wrong there. I'm saying Shador is going number 9 or number. There's two options for me. Either he goes 9 to the 9 to the Saints, or the Steelers trade up from 21 to like, let's say they trade up to like Let's look at here what we got.
As
They
a-
trade up.
as a
Let's say they
Chiefs
trade
fan,
up to the
what-
Bengals.
Gentry,
They trade up to the
do you think
Bengals
about-
at 17, and they or the
What do you
Seahawks at 18 and get Shador or something like that.
I think the Jaguars overreached on Travis Hunter.
They gave up
I
they
didn't
gave
like
up
it.
actually a first round pick next year just to jump up 3
I didn't
spots.
like it. I didn't like it. He's just too small of a guy. His girl.
For
you
Mason
know,
Graham, though, I mean, is Mason Graham a big sack guy, or is he just a big defensive tackle who can stop the run? It wasn't like a sexy pick, in my opinion. I thought the Browns were gonna go
thought he was
get
gonna
like
go
a
get, like,
Genty or a Ted
Cologne in the
McMillan
15
or something.
range.
I thought they were gonna get
Yeah, I
Genty or
thought-
Ted McMillan. I thought they were gonna get some type of playmaker where their fan base would be like, "Oh, at least we got one of the best players there." I mean, Mason Graham. Is he
Yeah.
going to get 10 sacks a year? I mean, I looked at him. He's like 310 pounds, 6'2". I mean, is he a 10 sack a year guy, or is he a stop the run guy? You know?
I think it's because they got Miles Garrett.
Yeah, it's going to take.
free
He's
up
going to
the
take a
middle.
lot of pressure off Miles Garrett. That's a good take right there. That
He's gonna block. He's gonna clog up the middle for the runs. You got Miles Garrett coming off the edge.
exactly,
that's how
and
they're gonna
and in that division, it's all about running the football in cold weather. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, all those like cold
Yeah.
weather towns. So you want to get a guy like Mason Graham, someone in the trenches, and that's what they did.
I liked it as a Raider insider and a fan. I liked it that they got Mason Graham. I was a little bit nervous. Not gonna lie, that they were gonna go after Genty. Genty, I think, is one of the best players in the entire draft.
Well, I think he's one of the best running backs in the last draft in the decade, last 10 years. Name someone better than Ashton Genty's stats in college, what he did at Boise State. I mean, it seemed like every run he had in college, and he was taking it about 40, 50 yards for a touchdown every single run.
He not only that, he catches the ball well.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. I mean, you're talking like wheel routes, going out to the edge. He
Yeah.
started as a slot receiver, I want to say, didn't he, in college?
Chip Kelly is gonna love that pick. Carroll's love
Oh,
that
yeah.
pick. They're gonna use him in so many different ways. You got Bowers. Look for them to go after a speedster in the slot.
You see how Genty
Or big
lines
body.
up? Did you ever see how he lines up on tape? He stands straight in the air when he receives the, like, as the snap's coming, he's like nonchalant, straight in the air. A lot of running backs are like bent over. Genty's just straight up in
Yeah.
the air like that. And he said that's like he doesn't want to give away his like where he's gonna go. I've seen a couple running backs do that, like Le'Veon Bell, but it's rare to see someone do that and still
I watched
have
his
the
pro
burst.
day. He's so fast in and out of his cuts. It was great. And he's got a huge frame, quick explosive power, balance. Not only does he break the tackles, he just stays up on his feet and just keeps going.
Well, what impressed me about him is that he, even when he played at top-notch school, he still had 25 carries. He still had 100 yards. It wasn't like, you could say, oh, he played at Boise State, and he was playing against bad competition. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Because
he-
Khalil Mack
he's a
played
real-
against bad competition at Buffalo, and he's still, one of the best all-timers. And I don't think that matters, really. When he played against top competition, he still showed out. And that's what I like about Genty is it doesn't matter where he played at college. He would have still been
As
this.
a Chiefs fan, did you want the Raiders to get him?
Well, I knew they were going to get him. I knew they had a really, really good chance to get him at 6. They really had their own, they could do anything they wanted to. And it's just starting to hit me now. Bowers, the best player available last year, and now Genty, the best player available at 6. So that's what you guys are doing now. It's not about filling a position, a team need or anything. It's like we're getting the best player, and I don't give a shit what anyone thinks about it, because you drafted Matt Mayer with the second round out of Notre Dame the previous year, and then you drafted tight end in the first round and get criticized like hell. They were criticized. They said, why would you take Bowers when you took Mayer last year?
Yeah, exactly.
And then Bowers
Now you
ends
can-
up
now you
breaking
can-
Mike Ditka's records.
You could even do a double tight end set, Genty in the backfield, do play action, go over to Brock Bowers, go deep to Jacoby. I think we get a big body. I think with the Raiders trade and get Pickens from the Steelers, I think they'll
I don't think
they'll
you
trade,
need anyone else. I don't think you need anyone else. I think if you grabbed a Pickens, I think it would be bad for your locker room. He's a guy like if he doesn't get the ball 7-8 times in a game, he's gonna cry in a game. Pickens, why would you want that in your locker room for the Raiders?
How do you
You're
think the
changing the
Raiders' offense
culture
will chip-
with Pete Carroll, who's like happy every single day. It doesn't matter if you're 0-17 or 17-0. He's the same freaking guy every day.
How do you think the Raiders? I mean, their run game last year was horrible. It wasn't.
Oh, it
now
was
we got
so
Geno
bad.
Smith.
Who was that guy you had?
Now you
They
got
called him
Jimmy.
Zeus. Who was the guy that you had?
Yeah, Zamar White.
Oh, he was so
He
bad.
was trash.
He would get the ball, dude, and I kid you not, he would like take
Just get
baby
stopped.
steps. Take baby steps. He would look. It took him
No,
so
for sure.
long to evaluate the hole and see what
No, I
was going
forgot
on.
too. The Raiders picked up Mostert, so they have him also. He's a speedster.
Yeah, that's a good third down back is Mostert. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
your
so
like.
you got Genty and Mostert and a two. That's a two-headed monster right there.
My question to you
But
is.
Mostert,
My question to you is a lot of running backs come in and they're babied, like Bijan Robinson, who gets like 15 carries and should get 30 carries in a game. Would the Raiders
I
baby
don't think he's
Genty?
gonna be baby.
Would they
No, he
baby
gets
him?
20
Would they
carries.
give him like 10 carries and then split it with Mostert?
Nah, he's gonna get like 20 carries, close to 20 carries a game. I'm
I hope
excited
so,
to see
dude.
what they're-
I
what
hope
do you
so.
think
I
they
hope
do
they
with that
throw him
second
in there
round
for
pick?
like
What do you-
25 carries and then he's like one of the true third down, all three down backs in this league. First down, second down, third down. They don't take him out. As a running back, why would you want to come out of a game anyways? Why you'd want to play every single down? Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders. I don't remember those guys come out of football games.
No, there's really good running backs in this draft. I like that Humphrey also. I thought the Raiders, if they missed on Genty, they were going to go for him in a second. But yeah, it's going to be surprising to see tomorrow what they do second round pick.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think Genty has a 150-yard game this year coming up?
Yeah, I bet money on that. Want to go on a side bet?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do 50. We'll do 50 on Genty having a 150+ yard game.
Alright, we can like pay or something.
Okay, yeah, we'll do something like that. You're saying 15 touchdowns. I'm gonna take the under on that. So I'm gonna take the under on 15 touchdowns. Shout out Ben Woods. What's up, Ben? Yeah, we're gonna take the under on 15. So we'll do another 50 on that if you want to.
I'll go 25 on that. 15 is a touchdown a game almost.
20. So that's 15 total touchdowns. That's receiving and rushing combined, right?
Yeah, 15. That's a lot for a rookie.
Yeah, that's unheard of. If that was in the casino, that'd be like plus 300. For Genty to get 15 touchdowns. Now the 150-yard
wonder
game
what
is
his,
like probably like
I-
minus
I-
115.
What do you think his offensive rookie of the year? What is his?
Oh, he's the favorite. Him and Travis Hunter. I would say Hunter's not the favorite because Hunter's not going to play full-time wide receiver. So it's who do they got? Yeah. Well, Cam Ward too as well. You got to think Cam Ward's going to be probably starting. If Tennessee
Yeah.
Tennessee doesn't start Cam Ward day one and Genty gets, the starts over him and the yards, he's got to be like top 3 in rushing to get the rookie of the year.
Yeah, it's gonna be good to see. But anyways, I got a PD on the line. can always call me. I've got
You got another team on the line? You got another team on the line? All right, man. I'll let you
I
go.
got
Okay.
two.
Tutorial
Two.
McMillan
Two.
just went to the Panthers at 8.
Oh, wow. I didn't see that one coming.
Good talking to you, Raiders Insider. Thank you for your call. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, man.
All right. And that was the Raiders Insider. You got a little in-depth call right there, and little conversation on Ashton Genty, the best running back in this draft. And I didn't even see who the Jets took at 7. Don't really care at all. They're going to be terrible. But the pick really I wanted to see was Ashton Genty, and he ended up going to the Raiders, and it's going to be scary moving forward. You got to deal with Bowers. You got to deal with Genty now. So Jets at 7. And then you got the Panthers at 8. Panthers took Ted McMillan, the wide receiver, giving Bryce Young some more options there on offense. That's a solid pick. You want to give Bryce, I always get him confused. It's either Bryce Love or Bryce Young. But yeah, you want to give him some options. I mean, it looked to the point like they were going to move on from him. Played better as the year ended, but they get a solid wide receiver there. Now 9 on the board is the Saints, and this is the big pick. The pick is in. Is it going to be Shedeur Sanders? Or will Shedeur Sanders fall to the Pittsburgh Steelers, where, you know, Mike Tomlin really wants Shedeur Sanders to fall there? The Saints got a chance. Derek Carr's injury that just came out. I don't know if he's injured or they're trying to trade him, but they obviously want to move on from him. And do they go and get Shedeur Sanders with this pick right here? And I do think this would be a bad reach by the Saints, but Shedeur kind of brings, you know, his playing style and, you know, the media and, you know, what his dad and Dion do. I mean, it all kind of brings a new type of fan to the Saints fan base. So grabbing him at 9, you know, it could be not a bad option. I mean, he's going to need some time to obviously figure it out. I don't think he's a day one NFL starter, but yeah. Shedeur Sanders in other recent drafts, like let's say this was last year and Shedeur was in this draft, he would have been like a late 2nd round pick, possibly a 3rd round pick, and in this year's draft he's a top 10 pick. So that just goes to show you how weak this quarterback class is. So will the Saints go with, you know, Rattler, or will they just wait till next year's draft where there's going to be, you know, 6 quarterbacks taken? You got the guy from South Carolina, Arch Manning, Nussweiler from LSU. There's a few more too as well. I can't think of them, but I seen mock drafts where there's possibly 6 quarterbacks going in next year's draft. So do they wait for that option, or do they go and draft Shedeur Sanders with all the hype around his name? I mean, it's something that I've been wondering for a long time. The pick is in. I had to get my sound effect for you. There it is. I love that sound. So if anybody could tell me who the Jets took at 7, I was actually on the phone at that point, but I did not see who the Jets took. Trying to look and see. They took Membu. The Jets took Membu, so actually that was one of the picks I had right in my mock draft. I got that one right. So I got one. I got the Giants at 3. I got Will Campbell at 4. Missed McMillan at 5. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks right. I mean, mock draft doing pretty well so far. Messed up on, I messed up on the Panthers pick because I had McMillan going to the Jaguars. That kind of screwed me up that trade. So I missed a few picks so far, but if Shador hits to the Saints, this mock draft, I mean the top 10, I think I've gotten about 6, 7 picks right so far. And I think I got the Bears pick too. I mean, they need a left tackle to protect Caleb Williams. Kelvin Banks is right there available. So I believe they take him. The heck happened? Why are they showing this guy from Texas? Oh, okay. Oh, they took Starks. Yeah, they took Starks. Who the hell did I missed who the Saints took. Must not have been Shador. The Saints took Banks? No way. So they are sticking with Rattler. No way. The Saints took Banks. They didn't take Shador. So that means Shador's going to fall. We're looking at least 11, 10 spots if the Steelers don't trade back into, the top 20. Look how hot this chick is right here.
Those late season divisional dates that end up deciding playoff spots. And who's playing at Lambeau in December? Ooh, we're gonna have to find out. You'll find out soon. Hey, how about the
Anyways, they're just taking some time right here. I don't know what they're doing. But the Saints, I don't think they took Shador because it would have been more of a crazy reaction on TV. I think they took Kelvin Banks. And that's who I had the Bears taken at 10. So that's a pretty much of a shocker right there that the Saints did not. Yeah, they took Banks. Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas, instead of Shador Sanders. So the Saints think they can get their quarterback in the second round, I guess. So that's one of the big shockers so far. And now Shador is going to end up falling. How far? I don't know. But he's going to be on the board for the Steelers. He should be.
He is really going to blossom on that he still has room to grow in his body. I think that'll be a really good pick here for the Bears.
Colston Loveland from small town Gooding.
Colston Loveland, that's the pick to the Bears tight end from Michigan. Colston Loveland, that's the pick.
You know, it's a big debate here. I know LeVar's all in on Tyler Warren, but
I'm okay
equally
with Loveland
talented.
too. No, I'm okay with Loveland. Again, it's a receiving league, even at the tight ends position. It has continued to evolve. You see what they're doing with Kittle. You see what they're doing with Kelsey and a host of other names that go along with those names. So it definitely pays to have a receiving first tight end versus a blocking tight end, which, as you heard, the Y, the true Y. You know, you don't see people going Y anymore because these guys aren't really true tight ends. But I do think that Tyler Warren is a true tight end that can block and bring those elements to the game, but also is as good as well at being a receiving tight end.
And I don't think anybody thought Ty Warren would drop down here also in the middle of his first round.
No, I think he thought he was going to the Jets.
Right.
I thought he was going to the Bears. I mean, I thought he'd end up with the Bears, and so that's interesting. And they did take a tight end. They just didn't take him.
It's crazy how it shifts so early in the night with that big move, that blockbuster trade,
Right.
and everything goes down, right?
And there's a trickle effect for sure.
It's a trickle effect.
And again, I was saying, like the team like the Niners, they were trying to trade up because they bought into, hey man, yeah, Williams will go to the Saints. What was going to happen to the Panthers? You know, it's interesting too. The Panthers were calling around for a while to trade down, and it is funny, Joe, how all of a sudden you're on the clock. You're like, no, we're convicted all of a sudden. You're not convicted before.
Well, again, maybe like we talked about, you didn't think one of these players was going to be there. That you said, okay.
No, that's not Tampa was going to be there. They just weren't as convicted. They were trying to get out.
Yeah.
Joe,
Just decided we're sticking and picking.
can you break down what it's like in the war room? And is it anxious? Is it preparation? Are there nerves?
I think there are nerves early, and you're just waiting to see how things shake out. But again, you've been through so many of these strategy meetings with the coaches, with the scouts, with the ownership. You've gone over every scenario, and at this point, you've got your roadmap planned out. You've got your strategy on what you're going to do, what your pivots are. If these guys are gone, okay, you're going to pivot here. So now you're just kind of executing the game plan, and it's just you're trying to keep it calm, and you're not going to panic over anything that happens that you weren't expecting because we've gone over everything. The amount of preparation that's gone into it, you're just letting the board come to you.
Anticipation. I feel like the Bears have been taking a while here, but finally the pick is in for the Chicago Bears.
With the 10th pick, the Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan, 6'6", 248 pounds.
Guys, this is a big one that Jay had. We reacted to it. Colston Loveland, obviously a player that I really spent a lot of time with and watched.
What's up, Daniel Berry? Happy Thursday, bro.
Reactions to the move for Chicago.
It's been a good draft so far, Kiv.
Again,
Taking a little bit of a breather. I got the radio on. I wish I could show you it on TV. It's on ABC right now.
The 49ers, they had Mikael Williams the whole time, and they were not confident that he was going to be there. And and we get back to it after the break, but this is the interesting part of, man, you're so nervous about things, and all of a sudden the guy comes down in your lap, and you thought, no way he's going to be there. Because, unfortunately they all listen to all these different mocks, and all these things come out. That was their guy, and the drop-off after him was pretty severe for a team like the 49ers.
And now everyone's high-fiving in that draft room, I'm sure.
Good feeling. Fox Sports Radio's Draft Night Live is brought to you by Dollar Shave Club, your place to get everything you need to stay smooth and smell great. Visit dollarshaveclub.com/draft and use promo code DRAFT for 20% off your order of $20 or more plus free shipping. That's dollarshaveclub.com/draft. Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio. More after the break.
Hey, it's the Odd Couple. Is your business struggling to balance your workforce with production demands? Well, in a variable economy, balancing your spending while maintaining the necessary team, it can be very tricky. Well, it's time to try something new. Express Employment Professionals can provide contract workers to flex up for peak seasons without having to raise your core workforce headcount. Visit expresspros.com today, and businesses that use Express, well, they've ranked the best of staffing for 5 consecutive years. That's right. And if your HR team is frustrated with keeping up with changing government regulations for hiring, including leave policies, you got wages and overtime, working with Express, well, it can help you stay informed and save you time. Whether you're looking for contract workers or a new team member, their streamlined hiring process is more efficient than hiring on your own. So visit expresspros.com today. With more than 860 locally owned offices, you'll get the hiring support you need at expresspros.com. That's expresspros.com.
Out here, you'll find a community of hardworking creators with loyal followers, along with proud moments worth sharing. And farm to table, well, that's just supper. And whether it's a raised garden bed, acres of land...
So we got Colston Loveland going to the pick at the Bears at pick number 10. And the big story, the Saints passing on Shador and going with Kelvin Banks. Wasn't a bad pick. They wanted to obviously protect... maybe they're going with Dart in the second round. Maybe they can trade up into the first round and try to get Shador that way. But I don't think he's getting past the Steelers at 21. There's something about Mike Tomlin and Deion Sanders that really kind of jumped out to me. And, you know, as I was making my mock draft, I thought he could go to the Steelers at 21, but that news of that Derek Carr injury just kind of fooled me. So that's why I had Shador going 9 to the Steelers. But it was a bad pick in my mock draft. And now that I look at it, the Steelers weren't going to reach. I mean, the Saints weren't going to reach at 9. So let's see how far he's going to fall. The 49ers obviously aren't going to take him. The pick is in, by the way, for them. The Cowboys aren't going to take Shador. Dolphins aren't going to take... That one's interesting, actually. Maybe they don't trust Tua with his concussions, and they take a Shador as like a backup plan or something like that. But they need defensive help, so that's why I had them taking Nick Amanwari, their safety. But also at 15, I got the Falcons taking an edge rusher. They got Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins over there, so I don't think they're going to take Shador at 15. The Cardinals got Kyler Murray. Bengals got Joe Burrow. Seahawks got Sam Darnold. Buccaneers got Baker Mayfield. And Broncos got Bo Nix. So Shador definitely could fall right into the Steelers' hands at 21, just from what I'm looking at. Now, the Steelers might have to trade, into the top 20 to get him. Maybe they don't feel comfortable. Maybe they think another team is capable of jumping up, giving up a first-round pick next year or something like that, and a second-round pick for Shador Sanders. So maybe the Steelers have to trade up and give up something, but maybe they just stay pat at 21. It's interesting to see what's going to happen. But as for the 49ers at pick 11, I got them taking a cornerback here. There hasn't been one taken in this draft so far. You got Jahdae Barron, a cornerback from Texas. You got Banks, who just went number 9. So a lot of Texas players getting taken off the board right now. So my first top 10, I would say, it wasn't great. Wasn't good. Wasn't bad either. I think I got about 5 picks right. Got the Gentee pick right. Got the Membu pick right for the Jets. The Campbell pick right to the Patriots. Abdul Carter to the Giants. I mean, those were the easy ones. Cam Ward, but Membu to the Jets. It was just something that I knew the Jets needed. They needed some offensive line help. And the Saints ended up getting Banks at 10. I think that was a solid pick for them. And then Loveland going to the Bears at pick number 10. He's an interesting guy. I thought he would go a little bit later in the draft, but 6'5", about 230 pounds. He can catch, he can block. Is he going to be a Brock Bowers type? I don't think he is. But with these tight ends now, it's a position that can be productive on offense. So you're going to see teams reach like the Bears did, and they wanted to give Caleb Williams a weapon on offense. So it wasn't a bad pick in my opinion. I just think, with the Saints taking Banks at 9, I think that was their pick, and so they ended up going with their other option on the board, which was Loveland. So the 49ers now, they tight end was an option too. I saw them. They got their contract situation with Kittle is going on too, but I think they're going to take cornerback here. Corner hasn't been taken, so Jahdae Barron is the pick right here, and they actually already picked it. I didn't see it, so let me go see who they got. Cowboys are on the board right here. Is this one going to be Armari and Hampton? It looks like the 49ers got an edge rusher. It's either Jalen. I think it's that Jalen Walker guy. Starks. Michael Williams. So yeah, he was a first round. He had a first round grade. I had him in the back end of my first round in the mock draft, but he's a defensive edge rusher from Georgia. He's played in a lot of big games, and they just got Robert Saleh back as their defensive coordinator. So you got to think this pick is for him to get that defense back to the Super Bowl level that it once was. Last year, it wasn't at that level. So I think the 49ers are trying to get back to where they were in 2020, 2023, that low level of defense. Williams kind of adds that to their defensive line now. I've seen them get draft bust at that position too. Right around they drafted Javon Kinlaw at that position, and he wasn't that great. So I question, are they good at producing defensive linemen? They drafted Bosa. He's pretty good, but he's injury prone as well. So will Robert Saleh get them back to that defensive level that they once were? Cowboys take Tyler Booker. They pass on Amari and Hampton. So Tyler Booker goes off the board at 12. And I had Booker going 17 to the Bengals, and he ends up going 12 to the Cowboys. So the Cowboys get a little protection for Dak Prescott. I thought they would go running back in this position. I thought maybe Ted McMillan was the guy they were looking at, but he ended up going a little sooner. So they go with Tyler Booker to get some protection for Dak Prescott. So you got 49ers took Michael Williams. I wasn't expecting that. I thought they would take a corner. Now you got 13, the Dolphins. And like I said, I mean, do they trust Tua with all those injuries, or could they take a Shedeur Sanders right here. They're showing highlights of Jalen Milrow right now. He's been climbing up the boards too. I mean, his arm strength. He can get out of the pocket, make some plays. But he wasn't like a highly rated. He was like a third round pick as the college season ended, and it seems he's now kind of jumped into this early second round conversation. So we'll see who this pick's gonna be by the Miami Dolphins. I got them taking a safety. Nick Emanwari. Starks is also an option too out of Georgia. Their safety. So I don't think the Chiefs are going to have a chance for Josh Simmons, being that he's probably the next offensive lineman off the board. So realistically, Josh Carnley Jr. is probably the next best option at offensive line. It's either that or they're going to have to take someone that, with the second round grade at that 31 position. They have to be able to protect Patrick Mahomes. So that's where really their first round pick should go. I can't believe the Cowboys took an offensive lineman. I thought for sure they were going to take a running back at that pick. Now the Broncos got a chance to take Amari and Hampton.
Been their problem for a long time, right? And Zach Martin retired, right? So they got to get some stability in there if they want Dak to work out. And
That's exactly. Zach Martin retired. That's like their Hall of Fame guard right there. So they get another tackle in Booker, the guard from Alabama.
Ohio State, they were thinking about as well. They didn't think they thought that those couple tackles would be gone as well. So when you look at it, like who's the surest offensive lineman left, by far it's him.
Yeah.
I love this pair.
Yeah, and he's going to keep a firm pocket for Dak. And I do see LeVar's point. If I do nitpick him, I do worry about his lateral recovery.
So the next best offensive lineman, if your team needs one, would be Justin Simmons. But he did have the ACL injury last year. He should be fully healthy for rookie OTAs. So we're going to see where he ends up going. I got him in my mock draft going 18 to the Seahawks. We're at pick 13 right now. So this was a guy that was mocked to go to the Chiefs. If they were to go and get this guy, they would need to move up from 31 to at least into the top 20, the late top 20. And they're going to probably have to give up a first-round pick next year to do that. So is it going to be worth it? Probably not for a guy with the ACL injury. But he is... he's got talent to be a pretty good left tackle in this league. So it just depends on how much Andy Reid and Brett Veach value what Simmons kind of brings to the table. If he didn't get injured last year, he would have been a top 10 pick. Oh, right on, Ben. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you for stopping by, bro. I appreciate it, man. But yeah, Simmons, what he brings to the table is he brings a premier left tackle, but it's just that injury. And do they value him enough to move up from pick 31 into the top 20? So that's the guy, the Chiefs, that could help them out right away, I would say, at left tackle. And protecting Mahomes, the biggest need for us. But a pick 31, it's a long ways away. turn this thing up.
Looking at guys like Jalen
I
Walker.
think they go defense.
Think so? Yeah, hey,
I think they go defense. I think the Dolphins go defense, but I think they go safety.
on the line.
He
as
thinks
a-
they're
as
going
an edge
Jalen Walker,
with
the
ball
edge
as
rusher
a
from
backer.
Georgia.
So it could be the idea that you go, what? I'm trying to read your list. I really am trying to read your list because I want to sound like I'm smart. But, on the defensive side of the ball, man, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of good front seven guys
Can't
up
go
there.
wrong. For
But
me,
I wouldn't go corner. I'd go that front seven. But I think Grant ends up being the guy they like.
Grant,
For me, my top.
Okay, so they're saying Charles Grant, the defensive tackle from LSU, for the Dolphins.
Important to just pause for a
Jalen
sec
Walker,
as we
the
go
edge
through
rusher
this
for
from
the
Miami.
for Georgia, or I'm saying Nick Manwari, the safety from South Carolina. Those are the options here for the Dolphins at 13.
The Jaguars. So let's just go through who we've got so far, guys. For Tennessee, for the Titans, they went with Cam Ward. Jaguars decided to go with Travis Hunter. The Giants, Abdul Carter. The Patriots made the decision to go with offensive tackle Will Campbell. The Browns, Mason Graham. Raiders, Ashton Genty. The Jets decided to pick Armand Membo. Panthers went with Teteroa McMillan. Saints, Calvin Banks Jr. Bears went with tight end Colston Loveland. 49ers, Mikel Williams. Dallas, Tyler Booker. And we are waiting for the pick to get in for Miami. And Jay's going defense.
I'm going defense, and I think Kenneth Grant, and then the Colts would be on the clock. And I know they were looking at tight ends. I think this is where your tight end, Warren, ends up going to the Colts. He drops down because they were looking at Loveland first. Everybody thought that Ty Warren would go first and Loveland would be second. The Bears obviously shocked everybody, went the other way around it. I think the Colts are going to sit here and jump for joy that Ty Warren would be sitting there.
And I think Chris Ballard in his pre-draft presser said they're looking for a 3-down tight end,
Right.
and one just falls into your lap here. So yeah, not a surprise.
Yeah, I think that's who these next two picks, I believe, will go. And just I talked to both these teams.
do you like that pick, Kenneth Grant? Do you guys like that pick?
He went. The love for him this past week. Like there's certain guys start flying up that week of that board, and he did. I was told he was the dude in that D line room. Right? Wasn't Mason? He was the guy.
Okay.
And I'm told he's just going to get better. And he's a big dude
He is a
who's
big
going to
guy.
learn on this level. And people are like, hey, this is like a Dexter Lawrence. This is what they view him as. But he really started to fly up within the last 5, 6, 7 days.
Yeah.
I would say 4 or 5 days.
LeVar, watching him, he gave me Wilfork vibes because I think he can be a day one dominant run defender, dominant strength at the point of attack. And I don't think he's an elite pass rusher as an interior pass rusher, but I think he's an elite power rusher in terms of he's just going to be able, you get at a double eagle front, put him up against the fish if it's a center or a guard, and he can just mash the pocket into the quarterback.
He has the biggest smile. I asked Michigan head coach Ron Moore for a quote about him today, and he said, Gentle Giant, always got a smile, but when he crosses the line, he is a monster. And the pick is in for Miami.
With the 13th pick, the Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan, 6'4", 331 pounds.
I mean, he is an athlete.
So they get Grant, who's actually plays at Michigan. I thought he played at LSU. He was actually rated pretty high. I had him at the lower end of my first round to the Buffalo Bills at 31. So the Dolphins end up going defense, which I thought they would. They need to. Their offense is pretty much set with Tyreek Hill and Waddle. There was a question, kind of, would they take Shedeur Sanders because of Tua's concussion injury history, but they end up going defense here with Kenneth Grant. So we got 14, the Colts right here. Could this be another tight end? Could this be Tyler Warren, the tight end from Penn State? Or could this be Walter Nolan? Here's the Can you guys hear me? I think I pressed the mute button on this thing. I didn't even realize that it was muted. So right now the Falcons are on the board. Got them taking an edge rusher, Mike Green, from Marshall. They should be going defense here. The Colts, I had them taking defense too as well. They ended up taking a tight end. And Warren was mocked to them in a lot of drafts. This is a guy who can play halfback, tight end, wide receiver. He can do a lot for your team. They even had him in a wildcat formation last year. So it's a shock to me that these tight ends are going so early. I mean, and none of them are even close to Brock Bowers type of a level. He ends up going 14, and I think this year a lot of teams are reaching on tight ends. It's a position now of need, and what Bowers did for the tight end position last year, it kind of changed things a little bit. Throw the light on. Who's Glazers say they're gonna take?
A lot of them, and they did all year. Owen Ant, who's a great three-point shooter, is 2 for 8. They're in trouble, and they were. And I thought last night is what I actually.
So you got the Colts took Tyler Warren.
With Ant being the best player, and you kind of crossing your fingers night to night if Julius Randle can deliver. He was good last night. But what's remarkable to me that at 40 years old, with other stars in the game like Luka and Ant, LeBron is still the tone setter in that game last night. Activity, energy, defense, setting the tempo. It was LeBron.
You got guys on the board, I think, for the Falcons at this point. Mike Green, Walter Nolan, Will Johnson. They could go Azir Raku. There's a lot of options for them. I think they're going to go defensive tackle, edge rusher, or a cornerback here. Yeah, there's a lot of options. There's at least 7, 8 guys they could take right here. Nolan, Green, Derek Harmon, Azir Raku, Will Johnson, Amos. I think Jalen Walker's still on the board too as well. Shamar Stewart, if they really liked him. Grant and Michael Williams are off the board. So, but so far you got Cam Ward going number 1 to the Titans. That was obvious. The Jaguars trade up to pick number 2 and get Travis Hunter. The Browns go back to pick number 5. At number 3, you got the Giants that take Abdul Carter. At 4, you got the Patriots. They take Will Campbell, the left tackle from LSU. At 5, you got the Browns who took Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan. At 6, you got the Raiders who took Ashton Jeanty, the running back from Boise State. At 7, you got the Jets that took Armand Membu, left tackle from Missouri. At 8, you got the Cardinals that took Tet McMillan. Or the Panthers took Tet McMillan, wide receiver from Arizona. At 9, you got the Saints. That was the big story. Are they going to take Shador? They end up taking a left tackle from Texas, Kelvin Banks Jr. At 10, you got the Bears. They take Colston Loveland, the first tight end off the board from Michigan. At 11, you got the 49ers. Where they going to go with the cornerback? They end up going with the edge rusher, Michael Williams from Georgia. 12, the Cowboys take Tyler Booker, the next available offensive lineman from Alabama. He's a guard. They lost Zach Martin. Ended up getting the offensive lineman at 12. At 13, you got the Dolphins taking Kenneth Grant, another defensive tackle from Michigan. So you had 2 defensive tackles from Michigan go in the top 15. At 14, you got the Colts that took Tyler Warren, tight end from Penn State. And now 15, the Falcons, the pick is just in. They just take Jalen Walker, the linebacker from Georgia. He was, rated pretty high. I saw a lot of top 10 grades on him. But he was probably, one of the best edge rusher options, outside linebackers in a 3-4. I personally, I would have passed on Walker, just being that Georgia has a ton of great players on their team. So a lot of these guys kind of, on tape it really looks better than it is. But I like Mike Green, actually, the edge rusher for Marshall. I thought he was more productive on tape, but they end up going with Jalen Walker at 15. And now you have the Arizona Cardinals at 16, possibly going to take another edge rusher too. It's it's a heavy defensive line edge rusher class. I mean, this first round should have, possibly, 15 to 16, defensive tackle edge rushers. And it's always heavy like that. You want to draft those guys early, but for some reason, now that there's not a lot of cornerbacks, not a lot of running backs, wide receivers in this first round, they're seeing a lot of these teams taking defensive players and then picking up their playmakers in the back end of the draft. So Jalen Walker goes pick number 15 to the Falcons, and the Cardinals are now on the clock. Let's see what's going on.
He may not have the athleticism that Abdul has, but he is an absolute hammer. His play strength is elite. He can set the edge. He can power through the edges of offensive tackles and pass rush. He's a great blitzer. He can play some linebacker for you. I love this pick. This is another Red Star, dark alley, foxhole dude.
Right. And him and Malachi Starks, those are the leaders over there on that Georgia defense with a team in a room full of dogs. When you have the big dogs, and that's who they are, and it stands out in a huge way of those two guys are the dudes. Amongst the dogs in here, that says an awful lot.
They've got a great culture that they've created at that position. I mean, you look at the guys that have been coming out the last few years, thinking about the Kobe Dean and all those, the other Nolan Smiths. I mean, you got some guys that there's a standard that you're seeing that has been developed.
Yeah, it's a safe pick. I mean, drafting a guy from Georgia, I can see, with the guys that they put in the league so far, it's a safe pick that guy's going to be a pretty productive player for you.
He won the Buckus Award, and I was a part of the presentation this year, the show. What a very, very well-spoken, very, very down-to-earth. And
Chiefs got Justin Houston. He came out of Georgia. So, I mean, edge rushers from Georgia, I mean, they can be productive in this league. I'm just trying to think of who the Cardinals are going to take at 16. It's got to be another edge rusher, right?
It was really impressive being able to spend time with him. And just knowing his work ethic and seeing his film, how he jumps off the film. He's a hustle guy. And that's what I really love about certain guys that play the game. He's definitely a 100% hustle guy.
Yeah, what you described as football instincts is no surprise his dad was a coach, right? Like,
there you go.
He has that. He's a coach.
The Cardinals, what position do you like for the Cardinals?
Let's see here. I think
I like edge rusher.
D-line would be a good bet. Maybe interior D-line.
Yeah, they need help on that side of the ball.
That's how y'all feeling?
They've done a lot.
That's how I feel like that's how the draft played out the last few picks.
They need it.
They go pass rusher or interior? You like interior?
I think interior.
Okay. Who's your best interior left? Because they've got Grant, we've got both Michigan
Derek Harmon. I say if they're going interior, I say Derek Harmon. But if they're going outside, you go Izir Raku from Boston College.
There's some good players. There's some good players we haven't gotten to that may not get taken, but I mean, there's a lot of love for Walter Nolan, Ole Miss. He's a guy.
Oh, that's a good pick. He's still on the board.
Disrupt, get in the back.
I had him going 14 to the Colts.
A hot name in this.
I can get after that one. I can see that over here. The thing with Walter Nolan, again, certain teams have him off because, and not anything about him. He's always been such almost like a product of NIL. He's been
Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. He's a little undersized, but plays the run really well, and he actually takes some plays off sometimes. But if he doesn't do that, I mean, he's pretty a dominant force out there. A lot of good D tackles come out of Ole Miss.
He said Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan.
Back that up. I like that. Okay. I like that. Walter Nolan.
You go Walter Nolan, you go Harmon from Oregon.
I feel like that's a safe one. You know what I mean?
I trust these.
You got James Pierce Jr. still on the board too.
With the 16th pick, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan.
So they ended up going with Nolan, which is pretty good value. He was supposed to be a top 15 pick, and then they ended up getting him at 16. So a pretty solid pick for the Arizona Cardinals. Defense gets better with this one.
I think talent-wise, you're sitting. The one thing that everybody told about Walter Nolan, it's like you're sitting there and you're like, okay, we want to see that. Man, huge breakout with consistency. It's almost like kind of hasn't had to. It's not his fault. He's just always been so celebrated and pumped up wherever he's gone. I even had someone inside the room when Ole Miss got him there, and it was a crazy celebration.
Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Now this pick's interesting right here. The Bengals. I said they needed an offensive lineman, but do they go? A running back here? Maybe like a Armarian Hampton, or possibly someone like that, or do they go where this draft's been headed with a defensive lineman? I mean, Pierce Jr.'s still out there too as well. A sleeper pick would maybe be Josh Simmons, a left tackle to protect Joe Burrow. He could also play right tackle too as well. So there is some question marks for the Bengals, but they got T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Can't really think of their running back. I'm gonna check their depth chart because Omarion Hampton's still on the board. That would make them pretty dangerous if they got him. Seahawks at 8. So they got Chase Brown, Zach Moss, P. Ryan, Milton. This could very possibly be a running back. Omarion Hampton, the running back from North Carolina right here. Maybe they get a replacement for Trey Hendrickson, who there's been a trade reported with him. Maybe they get a replacement for him, a defensive lineman, a defensive end, something like that. Yeah, that's a position of need. Just looking at their depth chart, a corner. Maybe they go corner too as well. There's a lot of holes too. Maybe they go Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. Running back too. I mean, that's jumping out to me. Chase Brown, Zach Moss, P. Ryan, Kendall Milton. They really don't have like a household name in their running back. Left tackle, I think they're good at. Right tackle, Mims. I don't think they would take Simmons. I think more they need guard, in my opinion. If they were to go an offensive lineman, it would be a guard. I think they're good at tackle. Tight end, I don't think there's one on the board they could go with in this first round. Now that most of those guys are gone. Warren and Loveland are gone. Yeah, I see running back or defense for the Bengals here at this pick. And if I were them, I would take Hampton. That's the guy. I would want to take some pressure off Joe Burrow and get a full-time starter in there running back. I think Chase Brown, and is more of a third down back in his career. I think P. Ryan just came over from the Chiefs. They signed him. Zach Moss, he's injury prone, so they need a running back, in my opinion. And the pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. We're gonna try to get this one.
Yeah. You could smell brats in the air at 7:30 this morning.
I don't want to get the whole broadcast on there. But yeah, I would say the Bengals go running back, or they're gonna go like a couple guys. Mike Green, edge rusher from Marshall. They could go Pierce Jr. I think they're good at linebacker. Jihad Campbell might be a sleeper pick. Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. Here comes the commissioner.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end.
Wow. He was like one of the most talked about prospects because a lot of guys had him. It was like 50-50. Is he a first round pick or is he not? I mean, he doesn't really give you a lot of pass rush, but what he does do is he plays the run extremely well. And yeah, that's the knock on him. He's jumps off the snap. Like his snap, when the ball snapped, he's always like the first one. It seems like in the backfield, but he never really, you don't really see the sacks or anything like that. He's not much of a pass rusher, but yeah, your defense gets better. I think he was a first round pick, but yeah, it's just a question of the size and the pass rush ability for Shamar Stewart. A little bit undersized too, but you know, Bengals got a pretty good pick right here. It's getting scary now. The Broncos are getting up there, and the Chargers picks are getting up there, and Omari and Hampton's still on the board. Matthew Golden's still on the board. Possibly picks the Chargers and Broncos could make to get better. You know, Bo Nix needs some weapons, and you know the Chargers offense struggled to score points last year, so I know in my head that they're gonna get some players, like gonna get some playmakers on the board. So those would be the next picks that I'm watching. You got the Seahawks coming up next, and on my mock draft, I had them taking Josh Simmons, the left tackle from Ohio State, just to protect their investment in Sam Darnold. They signed him to like a 3-year. I just want to say it was a 2-year, $90 million deal, I want to say, but it was big money for a quarterback that really hasn't done much in his career. 1 year at Minnesota, he kind of figured it out. And the Seahawks, you know, paid the guy. So I believe they're going to try to protect him, and Josh Simmons is the next available pick. Bengals go Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman from Texas A&M.
To just 3 walks and 16 strikeouts, and so
Throw the rake.
There's been a lot of reports. If people are wondering, well, what's the difference this year? You know, why they're a little better, even without more than just one top 30 guy. You know, Miles Naylor, who leads the league in home runs right now, and I would say a lot of these guys have grown up. We're talking about Shaw's just 21, Jefferson Jean is just now 20. You know, there's been a lot of guys who did the things they were supposed to do in the off season, and it shows, and they've shown their improvement. Is there anybody like that you can think of on this Modesto team where you're like, okay, he really took a jump forward this year. He fixed this thing that he needed to work on. Is there anybody that fits that bill for this Nuts roster?
Yeah, definitely on the field. There's a Ricardo Cova guy leading off the lineup for the Modesto Nuts last season. Kind of a super utility guy. He settled in a little bit in left field this season and got a start last night at third base.
He looked good there.
Yeah, looked very good. Made a nice diving play. He's a guy that kind of stepped up. Gage Bame out of the bullpen. He's a guy that's been a little more consistent. He was, you know, kind of hit or miss. He could come in and have a good game, and then walk the bases loaded. You know, the very next opportunity he got. So he's a guy that's kind of settled in out of the bullpen and really turned the corner from Modesto.
So that's your pitching matchup today. And let's get you the starting lineups here. First for the Modesto Nuts, Ricardo Cova will lead off and play left field. Felton Celestin, he is playing shortstop. And we'll bat second. Carlos Jimenez is your center fielder, and batting third today. The DH, Matt Ellis, is cleaning up today. Cesar Quintas back in the outfield. In right field, he'll hit fifth. In the sixth spot, it is third baseman Austin St. Laurent. And batting seventh, Derby Ventura, the second baseman, back in the lineup today. Same for Connor Dykstra. He's back in and playing catcher. In the seventh spot, Carter Dorigi is at first base, who was spectacular defensively in Game 1. On the flip side for the Port side, it is Ali Camarillo again leading off. He has played every game this season. Did DH one game, but otherwise he's been in the leadoff spot every game. And it's shortstop. That's followed by third baseman Jared Spraglott. Miles Naylor will DH and hit third. Cameron Leary's your cleanup man out and left. Davis Diaz, an infielder collegiately and in high school, but is being converted to catcher by the Forts, will make an appearance at second base here tonight. So he'll bat fifth and plays second base as the Athletics are converting him to catcher, but it's good that he allows them some options in the middle infield too. CJ Patero, he's at first base, and he will bat sixth. Carlos Franco, he's your catcher tonight. He's hitting seventh. Joseph Rodriguez returns to the lineup. He's out in right field. This is his first start since April 9th against Rancho Cucamonga when he aggravated his right wrist on a swing. He did pinch run late in the game on the 17th. Ian Biselia pinch ran for Takayoshi and scored the winning run on that pinch run. And Pedro Pineda rounds out the lineup in center field in the 9th spot. Let's just leave him there in the 9th spot because he's on fire. You know, I guess you don't want to mess with anything, and rather than move him around and mess with what he's got going on. And I know to manager Javier Godard, the 9th spot is honestly more important to him than that 7th or 8th spot in flipping over the lineup and being ready for that to get somebody on base and to clean up whoever might be on too with the extra base hit power he's shown this season. So that's our starting lineups here tonight. It's 58 degrees and cloudy. Wind is blowing out to left field from the west, blowing out at 18 miles per hour. So if somebody gets some up in the Gulf Stream here tonight, may see them fly out of here. You and I talked about it in the pregame, Mario. There was some of those home runs last night. They were probably going to leave anyway, but they got a little extra.
Damn, they took the draft off. Now I gotta go figure out. Looks like we lost radio. Radio is gone. They ended up putting a baseball game over the draft. So we got the Seahawks. They end up passing. Wow, this is a shocker. They end up passing on Justin Simmons and taking Gray Zabel, who was like a late first, early second round pick. They obviously did not trust Justin Simmons' ACL injury. So they take it, Gray Zabel, who's, you know, he's actually a true left tackle. He can actually play every position, but I got him going left tackle. He's going to be playing. But the Seahawks, yeah, you knew they were going offensive lineman to protect Sam Darnold, but Gray Zabel was a little bit of a reach in my opinion. There was a few guys better on the board. You got Connerly Jr., offensive lineman. Then you got Justin Simmons. Now, maybe they didn't think Simmons could play right away with the injury. Simmons is more of a Chiefs pick because the Chiefs got that left tackle from the 49ers who can start right away for them. And maybe if Simmons isn't available to play right away, maybe he's like a redshirt year where he just kind of sits for a year and learns the offense under Andy Reid. And so I think, you know, Simmons is possibly could fall a little bit farther now. I don't think the Buccaneers are going to take an offensive lineman. I don't think the Broncos will. The Steelers won't. Chargers won't. Packers. they could take one. Vikings should go defense. There's a chance the Chiefs could get Justin Simmons at 31. Maybe they got to trade up a few spots to get him, but he's a guy that could help them out in the future. So I hope they're able to get him. Buccaneers, the pick is in for them. So you got in the past 3 picks, you got the Cardinals taking Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. You got the Bengals taking Shamar Stewart, edge rusher from Texas A&M, and Gray Zabel going 18 to the Seahawks. The Nolan pick is pretty good value, in my opinion. Shamar Stewart is, you don't know what you're going to get from him because of the pass rush grades, but he does play the run pretty well. So you just don't know if that's going to be a bust pick or not. 18, Gray Zabel, that's a reach in my opinion. There was better left tackles out there, better tackles in my opinion. But Zabel, he can play every position on the offensive line. So maybe they were looking for more of like a swing tackle, something like that. The Buccaneers, I would say that they're going to go linebacker. In my mock draft, I had them taking Jihad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama. So we'll see where they go. Yeah, so on the grades on Zabel, it says Zabel has 5 position flexibility, playing with strength, power, and agility. The small school standout was very impressive throughout the pre-draft process. Well, the opportunities to start along somewhere in Seattle's offensive front. Yeah, that's the positive on him is that he can play every position on the offensive line. So maybe they even put him at center. Maybe they think he has a good grade at center. And then here's what they're saying about Shamar Stewart. Though Stewart's desirable traits didn't translate into big production at Texas A&M, he's a freak athlete with tremendous upside. With first step quickness and great burst off the line, Stewart is an intriguing prospect with the talent to hone his craft in the right environment. It bodes well he'll play opposite to Trey Hendrickson. But will he play opposite to him? I mean, there's been talks of Hendrickson possibly being traded. Maybe this is the replacement for Hendrickson. And the Bucs end up going wide receiver at 19. They end up taking Emeka Egbuka. Not a bad pick right there. It's actually really solid. So they got Mike Evans now and maybe Godwin. Did they re-sign Godwin? I don't know. I don't think they did. So maybe this is Godwin's replacement right here. Thought they would go linebacker. I really did. I thought they would go defense, but they end up going with the wide receiver at 19. So Baker Mayfield gets another weapon right here. Buka was supposed to be a first-round pick last year, ended up staying in college. And, this was one of the, best prospects, that could come in and give you production right now because he's played in, so many big college games at Ohio State. So the good thing about him, but he's not a number 1 wide receiver. He's more of like a 2 or a 3. I don't think he'll ever be a number 1 wide receiver in his career, but he might prove me wrong. So the Buccaneers take Emeka. And now you have the Denver Broncos on the clock. And they got their choice for Armarian Hampton or Matthew Golden right here. Let's check the chat. I haven't checked it in a while. What's up, Kiv? So you got the Broncos. And then you got the Steelers. So these next two picks should be pretty interesting right here. Do the Broncos get another weapon for Bo Nix? Or do the Steelers end up taking Shedeur Sanders? So this is kind of the questions going on. This is pretty cool to see it actually happened live. You know, doing the research on it the last couple months. Never would have thought the Steelers had a chance for Shedeur Sanders here at pick 21 until a couple weeks ago. It just started coming around that Shedeur stock was dropping, and I'd actually made a video on it. And then after the video, I dropped the video. Then the Saints announced that Derek Carr had his shoulder injury, so that's where I had Shedeur going. He ends up slipping even more and possibly could be the next quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers now that Aaron Rodgers is holding them hostage on signing negotiations for his contract. Maybe it ends up being Rodgers, and then Shedeur kind of learns under him. You know, that would be the best possible situation for Sanders. Him sitting a year, and then Aaron Rodgers being the starter, and then him kind of learning how to be a professional from Aaron Rodgers. That kind of would work out for me. But the Broncos got a chance for Matthew Golden or Amarian Hampton right here. Let's see who they go with. Oh, wow. The Broncos ended up going with a cornerback, Jahdae Barron. They got the best corner in this draft. They didn't get another weapon though for Bo Nix. That was the what I thought they would do. Wasn't hoping for. They ended up getting Jahdae Barron. He's pretty solid. I had him going pick number 11 to the 49ers, but he ends up falling to pick 20 to the Denver Broncos, who already have Pat Surtain Jr. Now they get Jahdae Barron, another corner. A lot of good quarterbacks in this division, so I think the Broncos thought, let's get some more defensive back help for a team. And Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson was the best corner, after the college season, and then Barron kind of jumped right in front of him. And now the Steelers are on the clock, 5 minutes left, and Shedeur Sanders could be an option right here. That's surprising right there that they would go corner. I thought they would get, in most of my mock drafts, I thought they would go a cornerback or a wide receiver just to help out Bo Nix, but they seem to be confident with who they have. So you got the Bears ended up taking Colston Loveland. So the pick's in right now for the Steelers. I'm going to show it, the commissioner coming out, and I think they're going to draft Shedeur Sanders, but, he could fall possibly even more. I don't know. It just depends on Mike Tomlin if they're going to take a chance on him. So far, only one trade, and that was the Jaguars jumping to pick number 2 to Cleveland to take Travis Hunter. Only one trade in the first round, and the Steelers, now the pick is in.
After his terrific year with the Buffaloes. Pittsburgh.
Commissioner not out there yet. I know for sure the Chargers are going to go, they got to go at least a wide receiver. And the Steelers passed on Shedeur. They ended up taking Derek Harmon, a defensive tackle from Oregon. Wow. Shedeur falling, so he could fall to the Raiders. Maybe the Raiders trade back into the first round to get him. Man, the Raiders could get Shedeur and Genty. That'd be crazy. I'm hoping somebody gets Shedeur other than. Yeah, I had them taking a defensive lineman. If Shedeur got drafted by the Saints, I had him taken at 9. I had him taking a defensive lineman at 21. They ended up taking Derek Harmon. I had him taking James Pierce Jr. They ended up taking Hardman over him. Maybe they took the defensive lineman because they thought T.J. Watt might not be there next year. So maybe that's why they ended up taking Derek Harmon. And maybe they thought they could get Shador, they could trade back in, or get him early in the second round. I'm not very sure. Now at pick 31, that the Chiefs pick at 31, now it's kind of interesting because do they trade out of 31 and, pick up some more picks and let a team come in and get a quarterback with one of those later picks in the first round? Who could possibly trade out of that? I mean, there's a lot of teams that don't need really a draft pick right now. I mean, 27, the Ravens are probably going to be in the playoffs again. The Lions are going to be in the playoffs. Commanders are going to be there. Bills are going to be there. So, I mean, a lot of these teams could trade. Let's say the Giants wanted to trade their second round pick and, trade back into the first round to the Lions at pick 28 and grab a Shador Sanders or something like that. That kind of makes sense. I mean, the Giants and the Raiders are really the only two teams I see. You got them at 2 and them at 6. Those are really the only two teams that I could see trading back into the first round and grabbing a quarterback. Tom Brady and Shador Sanders, they have a relationship, so maybe that's a possibility. That's kind of scaring me a little bit. Geno's on a 2-year deal over there. So, I mean, Shador could come in and, learn from a Geno Smith. So, yeah, I mean, he's going to fall, and I don't know if he's even going to be a first-round pick now. I mean, Chargers are on the clock, and you got Luther Burden out there. You got Matthew Golden. I think they're pretty much set at running back. They can get production there from anybody. I think they got to go wide receiver, right? They got to give Justin. They lost Mike Williams. They lost forget his name, but they lost him to the Bears last year. They had trouble putting up points. Do they get a burner like Matthew Golden right here? Next two best wide receivers are, you got Luther Burden and you got Golden. So you also got Jaden Higgins too as well. They need a tight end. They're not going to get a tight end. They're not. Those two are off the board. So wide receiver is the next possible pick for them. And I think it's two guys. Golden for the wide receiver from Texas. He ran like a 4.3 40. Or it's Burden, more of like the do-it-all type of receiver, Yeah, those are the only other ones. Other than that, maybe a defensive lineman. Derek Harmon just got selected, so running back's also a need for them. But just knowing Harbaugh, he can take a running back in the 4th or 5th round and still get a lot of production from them. So I think a running back on that team is a reach. I think they need wide receiver help, so they go there in that direction. I'm just going to take a look at the wide receiver ratings. Yeah. So you had Ted McMillan, Travis Hunter, Emeka Ibuka. Those guys are already gone already, and the next two guys are Matthew Golden and Luther Burden. So, they got some big receivers over there. Golden's a little different. He's more of the straight line speed, get you on a streak route, go routes. So maybe I think they go in that direction. The wide receiver from Texas. Yeah, Golden is a talented player with good movement skills and the ability to succeed in the NFL. He is known for his ability to beat press coverage, create separation, and make plays after the catch. So that's what Matthew Golden does. Here's what Burden does. He's the well-rounded. He could play the 1, the 2, the 3, any receiver on the field. Golden's more of the slot receiver. But Burden is more of like the do-it-all, number 1 receiver on your team. So just depends on what they're trying to do on offense. My personal opinion, it'd be Golden, just because he's more of a deep threat. But I've been wrong mostly in this draft so far. I think I've only gotten like 5 or 6 picks right.
In and dialed in on exactly the type of player that he wants to bring into the culture of the team and the fabric, fitting into the fabric of his team. And that's usually going to be a lineman, or it's going to be some type of a running back, because he starts with physicality first. I would assume, you look at it, they might go with an edge rusher. They just let Bosa go.
No, I don't think they do that.
So
I think
he's
they
no
go
longer
wide
a part of
receiver
the
right
team.
here.
So they might look at it from the standpoint
Sleeper pick Omari and Hampton. Omari and Hampton, Matthew Golden. Those are my 2 picks for the Chargers.
Like that would maybe possibly be the type of guy that they look at and they say, while he does have some of those things that you're concerned about off the field, maybe if you love him up, they got guys like Navarro Bowman on the staff, guys that can relate to the players that they bring in. Just maybe they bring in an edge rusher to the fold and what they have going on. And I don't see Pierce being a problem.
You also have some guys that have injury concerns that if they didn't, you're talking top 10 picks. It's not even close. Like, so Will Johnson. Right? Mm-hmm. And he's got a lot of injury concerns. Hasn't run at all. A guy like that, he would never get out of the top 10. The inside linebacker.
Jahad Campbell.
Yeah. Right? He has 2 shoulders, 2 knees. But that's a guy you're like, man, this guy, that's top 5 talent. Right?
He's unbelievable.
Incredible.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go number 19 to the Buccaneers.
It's fun watching him play linebacker.
So, Joe, how do you evaluate that? And I know injuries are so specific to each player, right? But a guy like Will Johnson, who just his talent is so clear, but it was something he battled with all last season. How do you kind of weigh the pros and cons of risking that? How do you talk to people to make sure?
Here's the Chargers pick in 21. It's a good pick right there. That's scary. So now the Chargers got Omari and Hampton, and then the Raiders got Ashton Genty. Just a couple guys you got to worry about now for a long time. It's a good pick right there. He was the second best available running back in the draft. I know you got both running backs from Ohio State, Judkins and Henderson, but Hampton's just on another level the way he runs. Scary. I mean, this guy's going to be playing with Harbaugh, and how they run over there, his style of running. Hampton's going to be a problem in the AFC West, and Genty too. So the Chiefs, they have a tough time stopping the run. I mean, they did a pretty good job on Barkley in the Super Bowl, but I mean, it still got blown out. But they've had a tough time stopping the run, and these teams are going to take advantage of it coming up, and the AFC West is going to be tough division to win next year. So the Raiders get the best running back in the draft. The Broncos get the best corner in the draft, and the Chargers get the second best running back in the draft. Well, I've given the Raiders an A on their pick. I'm giving the Broncos probably an A minus, just because they probably should have gotten a weapon, but they get the best cornerback in the draft. And then I'm giving the Chargers an A, getting Omari and Hampton, because he's gonna be really good. He's gonna be a problem in the red zone. That's where he's gonna excel. He's gonna be a fantasy guy. Like, Hampton's gonna be a guy you want to draft on your fantasy team, like with Harbaugh and his style, and how he runs. He gets it down there to the red zone, and it's all about in the trenches. And I think Hampton's gonna have. Raiders insider said Genty would have 15 total touchdowns next year. I think Hampton has 10 total touchdowns. So you got the Packers at 23 on the clock. Probably going to grab a defensive lineman, I'd say. Will Johnson still on the board. James Pierce Jr. It's interesting. I don't think the Packers will take a wide receiver. There's Golden and Burden. I don't think they will. I think they're going to go defense right here. They could go. They could take a Jihad Campbell too. They could take a Will Johnson, James Pierce Jr. You heard it on that radio broadcast that those guys have some type of injury history, and a lot of people are passing on them. So. Mike Green too is still out there. Nick Manwari still is out there too as well. Derek Harmon Derek Harmon got picked by the Steelers. Josh Simmons is still out there, the left tackle. He's got the ACL issue last year. He's slipping. Donovan Eziraku, the defensive lineman from Boston College, he's still out there. Maybe they go in that direction.
Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio. We'll be right back. The Packers are on the clock.
Up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought, because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At the Home Depot, we have everything you need to keep your projects moving this season. It's the perfect time to get outside and tackle your yard with cordless power equipment that makes the job easier with efficiency and convenience. Dig into more spring projects this season when you shop in store and online at the Home Depot. Product varies by store. See store for details.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's gonna finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
This is Jenny Garth from I Do Part 2. Get access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options if you don't like injections from FutureHealth.com. The meds eliminate hunger and cravings while Future Health handles the rest. Best results, best price, no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit FutureHealth.com to start losing weight this week.
Try FH.com.
Data based on independent study sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. Meds are prescribed at provider's discretion.
Clorox Sentiva smells like lavender. Cleans like Clorox.
The fuck is this guy saying? Oh, it's in Green Bay. That's why they're announcing the pick right here.
Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field.
I don't get why they would have the draft in Green Bay. I don't understand it. Not cold as shit weather. '27, you got the Ravens. There's where really after the Packers and the Vikings, I'd say that's when you're starting. Maybe you see some teams starting to trade back into the first round, and possibly grab a quarterback. Shedeur Sanders still on the board. Jackson Dart still out there. Golden, the wide receiver from Texas. Luther Burden out there too as well. I think the Packers, they go defense though. Oh, they go Matthew Golden, wide receiver from they had Reed and they had don't they have forget that other guy they have, but they have a wide receiver from North Dakota State they drafted. He's pretty good. They ended up going with Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas, giving another weapon to Jordan Love. So here, the Vikings are up next on the clock. In my mock draft, I had them taking Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. This could play perfectly for him. They could get him with this draft pick. Also need an offensive lineman too as well. But I say they go Will Johnson right here, the cornerback, with this pick. Pick 24 for the Vikings. What was that? What was the wide receiver? Christian Watkins is his name. Did they lose him in free agency? I'm wondering. Because why would they get Matthew Golden right there? Yeah, they grabbed him in the second round of the 2022 draft. So they got him, they got Reed. They got a lot of weapons over there now. Yeah, you got Reed, you got Jaden Reed. He's pretty solid. Romeo Dobbs, Christian Watson, Mecole Hardman's also on the Packers too as well. And now they picked up Matthew Golden. So 4 or 5 quality wide receivers right there for Jordan Love. He's going to have a lot of options. Also has Josh Jacobs too as running back. So no excuses for the Packers now. I mean, they might be taking the next step. I thought they would go, okay, so defensive line help wasn't an issue for the Packers. I thought they would, they didn't, maybe they would have went linebacker. I mean, they like their cornerbacks. They picked up Nate Hobbs in free agency. Nixon's pretty solid. Jair Alexandri's kind of slowing down as he gets older. Wide receiver or the linemen weren't there. Maybe they didn't trust Josh Simmons. Linebacker would have been the only other option, I would say. They ended up going with Matthew Golden, wide receiver. That guy can fly. I want to say he ran like a 4.3 40. Kind of reminded me of Xavier Worthy. His kind of style of play. The Chiefs got him last year in the first round.
What with this receiver? That's what I would ask.
You can hang your hat on one thing with this receiver, and that is electric speed. I mean, he can get behind defenses consistently. I thought he did that early and often at Texas. He's a vertical threat, a vertical weapon. And you can, and LaFleur's going to scheme him up on deep crossers, over routes. So he's a guy that's definitely going to threaten the defense. And they got 2 of them now. Watson can do that, and he's a little bit bigger than Golden. But you got 2 vertical threats, and that's going to open it up for the inside for your tight ends and running backs in the pass game as well.
Let me tell you what's going on right now also, guys.
What's up?
You know, Minnesota Vikings, I believe, are next, right?
Yes, they're next.
They've been trying to work a trade. The Giants have talked to them. Kansas City's talked to them. Atlanta's talked to them. I'm told if they end up staying, they'll go offensive lineman. And Donovan Jackson's the guy that I like, but they're still trying to work.
Chiefs are talking to Minnesota. They might be trying to trade up and get Josh Simmons at left tackle.
A couple of these teams who are sitting back there.
That'd be
The
big
Atlanta
if they
one
can get
was Kansas
Simmons.
City, trying to move up for somebody. Not that both running backs are gone, or I love what Brett Veach does over there. But also
That's got to be
Detroit
for
Giants
Josh
said, okay,
Simmons.
can we go back in?
Pick is in. The Vikings looks like they did not trade the
And
pick.
get a quarterback.
We'll see what happens, but I'll say this: Matthew Golden.
I wonder if they're gonna go. Maybe that was like a smoke screen that they're gonna go offensive lineman. They ended up going Donovan Jackson, a guard from Ohio State. So they drafted a guy from Ohio State, but it wasn't Josh Simmons. I mean, that's a guard. The Chiefs.
He was supposed to be a 3 and he became a 1.
Yeah, he's supposed to. Yeah, I didn't even have a first round grade on Donovan Jackson.
At his size, can he gain that one? Because you got.
They need help with that position. They need help with that position.
Truth.
They really need help with that position. And everybody loves the makeup of this cat. Loved him.
But
Absolutely loved him.
you feel better about.
Yeah, but they could have got him in the second round.
They need help with their edges too.
That's a huge reach right there. I mean, it's not a good pick right there in my opinion.
More weapons for your quarterback that's already in his prime. So right up on
They must have thought, okay, we're not going to be able to get him in the second round. He'll go early day one.
But again, you can hang your hat.
And all the mock drafts that I actually saw, I did not see Donovan Jackson's name in the first round in any of these drafts.
On the clock, you know how I feel about my Minnesota Vikings. I can call them that. Why not?
Again, the Giants are trying to trade up here, and they trade up. It's going to be for Jackson Dart. It's not going to be for Shedeur.
Wow. Shedeur Sanders is going to fall. He's going to be a second round pick. This is a guy who's going to be second overall in a lot of these drafts, mock drafts coming up. And the Giants are saying they're not going to go for Shedeur now. It's going to be Jackson Dart if they do. And they did make the trade. The Giants did make the trade with the Texans. So Jay Glazer, he knows exactly what the hell is going on here. And Shedeur Sanders is not going to be the pick here. It's going to be Jackson Dart. Giants trade back into the first round at pick 25 with the Houston Texans. It's got to be they're giving up. It's giving up their 2 and maybe a 3 this year to jump back into this first round to get Dart here. So the Giants trade in. They've already gotten Abdul Carter at pick 3, and now they're trying to get a little bit more in here in this first round. Wow, I cannot believe that.
Dart would be the second quarterback in this draft. And when I was asked today, I said I think only 2 go in the first. If a team trades back up for Jackson Dart.
Well, we're about to find out.
So guys, the
That's
Giants
certain.
have traded with the Texans. They are moving up with the Texans. They will end up taking Jackson Dart.
Wow, Jay Glazer is fucking spot on.
Pick is in for the Vikings.
With the 24th pick, the Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, interior offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's that pick. But the Texans have traded with the Giants. The pick is in for the Giants, and Jay Glazer is saying it is Jackson Dart instead of Shedeur Sanders.
He's one. He could be one on some people's boards. Donovan Jackson as an offensive lineman.
I love Donovan Jackson because
I've heard a lot of
what the Vikings loved about him is that he was phenomenal guard, but also when he
Well, this makes sense for the Giants because the Rams were supposed to be in the mix for Jackson Dart too, who they wanted to get a younger quarterback option for Matthew Stafford, only signing him to like a 2-year deal. So the Giants jumped in front of the Rams to get Jackson Dart right here.
great job of smoke screening everybody. I was told a couple days ago if they
And who would have known? Who would have thought that Jackson Dart goes ahead of Shedeur Sanders? Like, it's crazy.
People love the dude quality of Jackson Dart. And I think it's quarterback just to be one of the top things you have.
We talked about this earlier in the afternoon, but the Giants were obviously afraid that the Rams were going to take a quarterback.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. The Rams needed a quarterback, or they were going to go with the quarterback, and then the Giants knew that, and they traded up. That's a good job by the Giants GM right there, who let Saquon Barkley go last year. So he makes a good move right here and gets Jackson Dart. Good trade, right? I don't know what they gave up for him. I'm assuming it was a third-round pick and possibly a fifth-round pick to go up that far from, what, pick 34 to pick 25. What is that, 9 spots? To get a quarterback, yeah, you're going to need to probably give up a third right there.
First, now that this trade has taken place, knowing that now they've gone to Jackson Dart, but it's interesting to know that we're sitting here knowing the outcome before it happens.
I'm looking forward to see what they gave up because I just want to analyze that. Yeah, and the fact I don't.
Well, they had to give up a third-round pick at least to go up that. Maybe a third, maybe a pick switch, maybe a 6 or something like that. Maybe they swap picks.
Some people had him their number 1 rated offensive lineman on their board, and I know that.
Blocking for the Michigan quarterback.
I know that for a fact.
Well, like 2 teams had Donovan Jackson rated their number 1 offensive lineman in this draft over Membu, over Will Campbell. That's crazy.
Jay's always got it. All right, so make sure you're listening to us, iHeartRadio app, by searching Fox Sports Radio. Jay saying Jackson Dart to the Giants. You can also watch us on YouTube. Just search.
Take us in. The Giants, it's the 25th overall pick, and the Texans receive a second-round pick at 20. Wow! A third-round pick and a 2026 third-round pick. Man, the Chiefs were so close. The Chiefs were so close to getting. Maybe somebody jumps into the first round to get Shador here at pick 31. But damn, the Texans got a lot of picks right there. They got their second-round pick. They got a third-round pick. They got another pick too as well. And the Chiefs were about 4 or 5 picks away from possibly getting a nice trade like that. I think the Texans are thinking, hey, the hell, we can get our wide receiver that we need. Now we can get some O-line help to help C.J. Stroud out. That's a perfect trade for them. They're going to get even better. And the Giants gave up a lot to go up and get Dart. I know he's not going to play year 1 because you got Winston and Russell Wilson over there, but definitely a project type of a pick.
From Ole Miss, their general manager, Joe Shane, has a daughter who is at Ole Miss, and so they've been.
This guy's got a fucking rock star type of an image, man. This guy's going to New York. I think he can handle it. This is like the first quarterback in a while where I think he can handle the New York media. This Jackson Dart guy. He's definitely got more personality than Daniel Jones, I'll tell you that right now. I mean, Daniel Jones was like talking to a wall. This guy's freaking got the face paint, the war paint on his face, the scars over him. Hanging around with the women like Joe Namath. He's got the name too, Jackson Dart. Rarely do you see a quarterback like drafted this high in the first round actually like successful. I mean, you got Jordan Love. He's going to need some time though. He's not going to play year 1, I don't think. Wow, Shador Sanders. Ravens are on the clock right now. Oh, the Falcons actually traded into the first round. The Falcons now make a trade with the Rams, and now they're going back into the first round here. I wonder who they're going to end up taking.
While the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day.
They end up taking Jalen Walker with their first pick right here. They don't need a quarterback. Maybe they trade back in and get Luther Burden, a wide receiver right here. This could be Luther Burden, I'm assuming. So that
This is Jenny Garth from I Do
trade
Part
with
Two. Get
Houston.
access to weight loss meds like Ozempic, Zepbound, and pill options.
Now the
if you don't
Rams
like
make a
injections
trade
from
with the
features.com.
Falcons.
Meds eliminate
The
hunger,
Falcons
cravings,
jump back into the
Future
first
Health
round
handles
here.
the rest. Best results, best price, no insurance needed. Join those losing 10 pounds in their first month. Visit
Now I'm saying that the
Start
Falcons are going to take Luther Burden right here.
database on independent
They're going to get another weapon for Penix, or they're possibly going to get an offensive lineman to protect him. This could be Josh Simmons, Connor Lee Jr., someone like that. If they get Josh Simmons right here, this could be a dagger right here to the Chiefs who really needed him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks away.
They're good for you.
Guacamole. You know,
So we got 6 picks, and there's 2 offensive linemen basically left here. You got Connor Lee
what's your go-to
and
drink? A West Coast IPA?
and Simmons.
Find the detail that moves you with local beer and craft cocktails at the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Learn more at chase.com/Sapphire Reserve.
Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval.
You searched for your informant, who disappeared without a trace. You knew there were witnesses, but lips were sealed. You swept the city, drawing closer to the truth, whilst curled up on the couch with your cat. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover heart-pounding thrillers on Audible.
24/7, 365.
It's showtime!
This is Fox Sports Radio on iHeartRadio.
Time to get this rolling. You ready?
Welcome to
Okay, for the Falcons,
From college to the pros.
This officially kicks
for the Falcons, I'm saying 2 picks right here: Luther Burden or Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. Their team needs are offensive linemen. They ended up getting James Pierce Jr., so they ended up getting 2 edge rushers here. They got Jalen Walker, and then they ended up getting James Pierce Jr., the edge rusher from Tennessee. So they needed to get better on their defensive line and really did here. So Falcons make a move, need some sacks, and they get James Pierce Jr., the edge rusher from Tennessee. Had him actually going pick 21 to the Steelers. He goes a few picks. He falls a few picks lower to the Falcons to make the trade for him, grab him. And now you got the Ravens, Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles. We got 6 picks left in the first round. Shedeur Sanders still on the clock, or still on the board. Luther Burden, Josh Simmons. A lot of good players still left on the board. And guys, I had some good grades on. Nick Emanwari, the safety from South Carolina. Mike Green, the edge rusher from Marshall, still on the board. Donovan Eziraku, the edge rusher from Boston College. Jihad Campbell, still out there. Josh Simmons, the left tackle from Ohio State. Josh Connerly Jr. Raiders Insider. Now we just got a call with the Raiders Insider, who is back with us. Reeling from his Ashton Genty pick. What'd you think about the Chargers getting Omari in Hampton?
Figured he'd go. I figured if the Raiders didn't take Genty at 6, they were going after him in the possible early second round. But the reason why I was calling is, from my sources, it looks like the Raiders might possibly trade up back into the first round and get Shedeur Sanders.
Well, if you want to trade with them, pick the Chiefs. Got to pick at 31. We're gonna need your second round pick, and we're gonna need one of those third round picks you got for Devontae Adams from the Jets.
I don't see too many teams ahead. From my sources, the Raiders might just wait it out and steal him in the second round.
Well, they just showed a picture of Shador. He's got the biggest chain on his shoulders. I think he's doing well for himself, even though he might fall out of the first round here. And I think the craziest part is that Jackson Dart went ahead of Shador. And in all these mock drafts, these scouts.
Didn't I tell you that? Didn't I tell you Jackson Dart is going to go? Earlier,
Yeah, but I thought you were crazy. What'd you see at Dart that other people didn't?
One, he's a white guy. He knows how to read a playbook. He gets the ball out of his hands. George Sanders took a lot of sacks.
Yeah.
And if you're drafting a black quarterback, you have to have a guy with speed. You can't have a guy just taking sacks. A lot of times, Shador wouldn't get rid of the ball. And if you look at Jackson Dart's tape, gets rid of the ball quick.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, his mobility is a question mark. Jackson Dart's pretty more athletic than a Shador Sanders, who I kind of compared to a Geno Smith. So maybe the Raiders do actually wait it out to that second round. I mean, what are you guys picking at, 36, 37?
And you know that's going to be an excellent draft. To get a guy that was all over ESPN this last month saying that he's going to go possibly top 5, top 10, and then he's just sitting there for you at game 2. Couldn't write a better story on that one. Have him sit behind Gino for a year or two. We're golden.
There's a lot of hype though that comes with the Shador Sanders, right? It's a lot of off the field stuff, and I think that sets up perfectly for the Raiders, who can handle that type of media. I mean, he like brings like a whole different type of media to the Raiders, right? That Colorado, that fan base from Colorado, that Dion, he just brings like a whole different fan base.
You got Brady, minority owner, taking him under his wing. He has a good relationship with him. So I think he's going to go to the Raiders day 2. Anyways, I gotta get going.
Do you think, wait a second here. Wait, you don't think any other teams could jump up? Okay, so the Giants were the only team really who could jump up and grab a quarterback. They did already. I think Spy Tech realizes there's no other team. I think we could wait it out and grab Shador with the second. If you guys were to do that, your draft grades would be an A+. I mean, because now you're getting a guy that should have been the second overall pick. You're getting Genty, the best running back, probably the best player in the draft. And it's just a lot of good value that you've gotten so far. Probably the best draft in the Raiders in the last 20 years, right? The Raiders, I haven't.
Yeah, because you could get a guy, an offensive lineman, round 3, 4, and then draft some corners, maybe some wide receivers. We got a lot of picks, so it's going to be interesting to see what goes on.
I don't think you'll trade. I don't think you'll trade with the Chiefs, but if you did, you would have to give up a 3rd round pick, just like what the Giants did with Houston.
I think they're gonna wait. And I think Shador just falls to the Raiders in round 2.
That would be insane. That would break. Like to get him in the 2nd round and to get Genty, it's like, man, things are changing. Things are turning around in Vegas.
Yeah, we're rolling the dice, baby, and we just got snake eyes.
Thanks for calling in, man. I appreciate it. I'll probably talk to you tomorrow during the 2nd round if they grab Shador.
And I did tell you, my sources did tell me Jackson Dart before Shador, so I do want to report that as well.
Yeah, you were the first one to say that over really anyone.
I have my sources. And anyways, you have yourself a good night. Enjoy the stream, and we'll talk later.
Later. Probably talk to you tomorrow, man.
Sounds good, sir.
Later. So that was the Raiders insider right there, basically giving his insight if they were going to grab Shador Sanders in the 2nd round. So the Ravens grab Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia, with their next pick. They get even stronger on defense. Starks, I had him as the second rated highest safety. Nick Monwari was the best one, in my opinion, from South Carolina, but Starks is just as good, so they get him. Their defense is always solid, so they get even better here. Lions are on the clock too as well, and their team needs are they need O-line, D-line, and wide receiver. Maybe they go Luther Burden right here. Give Goff some help. Maybe they go Simmons. They can really take their pick on who they want. Maybe they get another insurance policy for Aiden Hutchinson. Possibly like a Donovan Iziraku. James Pierce Jr. is off the board. I don't think they go linebacker, Jihad Campbell. Yeah, a lot of these pass rushers are off the board. Really, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Trey Amos, still on the board. Yeah, I think they'll go defensive lineman right here, or wide receiver like a Luther Burden, like a best player available type. Commanders aren't going wide receiver. Bills aren't going wide receiver. I think the Bills go defensive lineman. Commanders really could go either way, offensive lineman, defensive line. So, still going to be really tough for the Chiefs to get Josh Simmons. There was two players that I really wanted him to get, Connor Lee Jr. from Oregon or Josh Simmons from Ohio State. Turns out Simmons is falling to them, but there's some teams that need some O-line help, the Lions being one of them. Commanders, not too sure if they need O-line help. I know the Bills don't need it. The Commanders also need O-line help too as well. So you got two teams right there. If one of them goes defensive line, the Chiefs are going to have a chance to take one of the two guys, Connor Lee Jr. or Simmons. So we're going to see.
That's how you have to state it. It's a pass first league. It's not a run the ball, establish the run first, then pass. It's passing. So more often than not, you're going to have to use personnel groupings that have less backers, less bigs, and more guys that can run. Having a guy like Malachi, you can keep him on the field. He can come up as a nickel. You can use him in multiple purposes, multiple places on the field, just like we talked about the guys up front in the front eight. He can blend into the front eight and play in the run situations for this Baltimore Ravens team. Getting a safety like this gives you multi-dimensions because you can do the same exact thing with Hamilton. I got him. I think this is a very, very nice pickup. It creates a dynamic duo that you probably will get excited about seeing play on Sundays.
It's a secondary loaded with first-round picks. Hamilton, Marlon Humphrey, the Clemson corner they took last year, and now Malachi. I mean, they're just loaded with talent.
You know, I find amazing too. We haven't heard a peep of a Howie Roseman trade.
Interesting.
Right?
You know he's been trying. He's been working
Roseman be dealing.
Wheeling and dealing.
Do you guys want a little recap of everywhere we went? Everywhere we've went, everywhere we've gone. Excuse me, my grandpa's rolling over in the grave for that grammar mistake. Look, it's been a busy night. Not happy about that one. Tennessee Titans made the decision to go with Cam Ward at quarterback. Of course, the big first trade of the night, we've now had many. Jacksonville Jaguars decide to select Travis Hunter from Colorado. The Giants go with Abdul Carter. And guys, feel free to jump in if there's one. I know Abdul Carter, LeVar was all over from Penn State. That was a big move. The Patriots make the decision to select Will Campbell. Mason Graham from Michigan, a D tackle, goes to the Browns. Ashton Genty from Boise State, that running back to the Raiders. He was the 6th pick. Armand Membo to the Jets from Missouri. We had Teteroa McMillan from Arizona to the Panthers. Calvin Banks Jr. from Texas to the Saints. Tight end from Michigan, Colson Loveland to Chicago. San Francisco with Michael Williams from Georgia. Tyler Booker to Dallas from Alabama. Kenneth Grant from Michigan to Miami. Tyler Warren, Penn State, tight end. Colts, Jalen Walker to the Falcons. Walter Nolan, Cardinals. Jameer Stewart to the Bengals. Gray Zabel, NDSU to Seattle. Emeka Ibuka from Ohio State, that wide receiver, to the Bucks. And Denver going with Jahdae Barron from Texas. Derek Harmon from Oregon to the Steelers. The Chargers make the decision to go with Amarian Hampton. Green Bay, Matthew Golden from Texas, that wide receiver. Donovan Jackson from Ohio State to Minnesota. Boy, that's a long list. We've been at it for a while here.
Yeah. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
It's crazy when you think of all the mock drafts that you read going into this and how different they all look from what we actually have. I mean, that's what's so fun about this experience, about the draft.
I think the best value pick in this draft is the Indianapolis Colts getting Tyler Warren. Where
they did.
Where they got him.
Yeah, when everyone thought he was going to be a top.
Who else do we still have on the board? Like Connerly from Oregon, still on the
Connerly
board.
from Oregon's been
Who
talked
else is still on
about.
the board that were like, man, why is a couple of running backs, both Ohio State? I don't know
Yeah,
if you have
those
the first.
are the highest guys left for me. Mason Taylor
Mason Taylor, right?
from LSU.
Arroyo, by the way, tight end from Miami. He started moving up a little this week as well. Probably not, I don't know about the first, but it's just a name I started hearing a lot about. But who else?
Jihad
Campbell,
we
right?
talked
Jihad
about.
Campbell.
Well, we still haven't seen Shador.
Right, Shador, right. Both safeties too, right? And Murray also from South Carolina.
I like
right?
Kevin Winston from Penn State as well, coming off the injury.
Love him.
I think
Yeah.
he's I think someone's going to get
the
a good
injury
safety.
is what's hurting them, though.
Yeah.
I would assume so.
I think it'll
But
push
yes,
him in a second, but you're going to get a heck of a safety.
Quality player, 100% a quality player.
Detroit coming up next on the clock. Any direction you think the Lions need to be going?
They're going to go defense. You know that.
And it's
They're gonna need-
edge. I feel
I
like
think they're going to take best.
best available
Yeah.
at this point.
That's honestly, it's the only thing I knew about Detroit. Is they're going to go on that side of the ball.
So it could be the kid out of Alabama, Jihad. It could be him. They need a backer, but you would assume based on what they dealt with on the defensive end that they were going to get an edge, at least look to get an edge. But yeah, the interior line, sure.
Well, guys, they ended up going with Tyleek Williams.
Pick is in.
Tackle.
Pick is in from Ohio State. There you go, Detroit. Going with defense.
Yeah, they need. Obviously, they're so banged up last year. They needed help, right? They need a lot of help on that side of the ball. They need corner help. The linebackers probably where they're most stout, but you saw it as they got beat up more and more and more. They need as much depth that they can get over on that team.
Dominant point of attack player, very strong hands. I don't think he's an outstanding pass rusher, but you know what you're getting in terms of run defense.
Yeah, I'm shocked. If they feel like that's the best on their big board right now, that's a little shocking to me. I would have thought that they would have tried to find somebody, I'd say more quality,
I don't.
best available off the edge.
You know what though? I don't second guess them. Right? We've had a lot of times we've sat in here. The Detroit Lions were like, "What? They could have moved out. They could have picked him up later, right? Whether it was Gibbs or the linebacker and Kent, like they have done a really good job over there drafting. When we've kind of all been on the outside of their joke.
They have
right?
done
They have a blueprint. They know
Right,
exactly.
Holmes done a great job.
Yeah.
Well, Fox Sports Radio's Draft Night Live is brought to you by Dollar Shave Club, your place to get everything you need to stay smooth. Smell great. Visit dollarshaveclub.com/draft and use promo code DRAFT for 20% off your order of $20 or more plus free shipping. That's dollarshaveclub.com/draft. Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio. Nobody work.
So the Lions ended up taking Tyreek Williams, huh? Wow, the Chiefs are going to get a chance for for Simmons or Connerly, because the Bills aren't going to take an offensive lineman, and the Commanders might possibly take one. But this Tyreek Williams guy, I hadn't seen him in any first rounds at all. I just think that there wasn't many guys left, defensive tackles available, so the Lions had to reach on this guy. I never even did any research on this guy or anything. So the last three picks, you got James Pierce Jr. The Falcons traded up with the Rams and took him, the defensive edge rusher from Tennessee. Then the Ravens took Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia. And then the Lions ended up taking Tyreek Williams, defensive tackle from Ohio State. 6.35 grade, production score 80, athleticism score 77. So he's the third ranked defensive tackle on production. He's a drain-clogging run defender with a violent first contact and nimble feet with impressive tackle production. Williams flashes an ability to play through or around the block. He physically dominates man-to-man matchups, but is inconsistent on pad level, and shorter arms hinder his double-team take-ons. He needs to focus on developing his hands to keep longer NFL guards from getting into him and neutralizing his power. Williams should pressure the pocket from time to time, but not win on his own to see many third down reps. The knock-back pop and the ability to eat runners in his general vicinity could help him become an impactful run-stuffing 3 technique. So he's really only a 2-down lineman, first and second down. He's not going to play like on third and longs, anything like that. They got him compared to Alan McNeil. I never heard of him. So the Bills ended up taking. Wait. Somebody ended up trading up and taking Connerly Jr. Damn, Connerly Jr.'s off the board. Commanders took Connerly Jr. Shit. Well, I mean, the Chiefs could have two options here. You could let a team trade back in the first round for Shedeur Sanders, which I don't think is going to happen. Or you could take Justin Simmons, the left tackle from Ohio State, have him sit for a year, have the left tackle from the 49ers, the backup one they got last in free agency, play him for 1 year, and then go and play Simmons after that. Dropped him in the first round, then you get the 5th-year option. Even though he sits a year, you still get the extra year. So that's really, I don't see any other offensive lineman that would be great value here. Simmons is really the only one, and he's falling because of teams I don't think can see him being ready to go by rookie OTAs, so he might be injured still. But the Bills are on the clock right now, and there's 5 minutes left on their pick, but the Commanders just took Josh Connerly Jr., which was a target for the Chiefs. I think the Bills go defensive tackle right here or defensive end, but it's hard to tell. They got one of the best offensive lines in the league. They got one of the best offensive lines in the league, so I don't think they need an offensive line help. So that kind of gives the Chiefs hope they can get Simmons with this next pick. Bills need a corner defensive lineman. This could be like a Will Johnson, Trey Amos, someone like that.
And a horror museum curated by Blumhouse. That's the production studio behind movies like
The pick is in for the Bills, just waiting on the commissioner to come out. Actually, they just made the pick. So, besides Josh Simmons, Jonas Savalea is the next best offensive tackle. Then you have Arlante Arisley. Wow. Then Marcus Membu. So it gets pretty thin for the Chiefs if they're not able to get Josh Simmons right here. He's the 4th rated tackle in this draft.
Former Jets GM Joe Douglas and Jenny Taft.
What a night we have had. Draft Night Live on Fox Sports Radio. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders. Let's get to it.
With the 29th pick, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle.
I think the Chiefs were going to draft him if the Commanders didn't draft him. I think that's where their target was.
Talking to Dan Quinn this morning, he was one of those guys on.
Time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his.
This guy's getting the crowd involved.
Living with a neuromuscular disorder is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with
Tommy Parsmizo to announce the pick, the Buffalo Bills pick. Tommy doesn't like Patrick Mahomes.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback from Kentucky. So they get a defensive back right here. It was either going to be Amos or Will Johnson or a defensive tackle, one of those two. Really didn't see Willie Maxwell Harrison a lot in first round mock drafts, but he's a solid cornerback, one of the best ones in this draft. Top 5 in this class. So the Bills get a defender here, and last year in that AFC Championship game they had some cornerbacks that let them down. So they get Maxwell Harrison right here with that 30th pick. And now the Chiefs got their shot at Josh Simmons right here. It played out perfectly for him coming into the draft. Guys like, I feel like Trey Smith with the heart condition, them getting him in the 5th round, they've kind of had success on taking chances on guys with injury history on the offensive line. So maybe they go Josh Simmons right here. there really isn't much. After this guy, there isn't much. Now, I didn't think there would be any chance he would fall to the Chiefs at 31, but he's here. Started out at right tackle at San Diego State, then moved on to left tackle at Ohio State. Really looked like a top 10 pick, and then had the ACL injury, and that ended his season. And that's what made him, fall back into this later half of this first round. But Chiefs need to protect Patrick Mahomes. That's the biggest need in this draft. So I got to think they're going with Josh Simmons here at this pick.
I would think.
Yeah.
I would think. I don't know.
Oh, and the Eagles and Chiefs just made a trade.
But he's the one that yeah, I am. He's
The Chiefs and Eagles just made a trade, and this got to believe that it's not going to be an offensive lineman because
Maxwell Harrison.
You do.
what the fuck just happened? So the Super Bowl champion Eagles, who blew out the Chiefs, now make a trade with the Chiefs. It's probably not going to be for much, maybe like a 6th round pick or something like that, but they go one spot up. The Eagles could take whoever they want at this point. They're probably going to go best player available, someone on the defensive end, like edge rusher, someone like that. I don't think they'll go running back, wide receiver. I think Burden's still on the board too as well. I don't think they'll go wide receiver. They got some solid players over there at that position. Tight end, there's nothing really available. Offensive lineman, I think this is a defensive pick. Maybe the Chiefs just made this pick to kind of make a statement, like, we always pick at 32 every year. I don't know. I don't understand why they would make a trade like this if they knew they were going to get their guy at... Unreal. Why would the Chiefs trade pick 31 for pick 32? I don't get it.
I think it's all about the movement. And you see, we're looking at the highlights. You guys are on the radio. You might not be looking at it. But when you look at his movement, he's got good range. He does have really good movement. They're showing him. That's one thing that you like to see out of your secondary guys as well, is them being able to come up and be able to make plays closer to the ball, tackling. That's just a lot of the tangibles that
Real quick, we have a Howie Roseman trade. Howie Roseman is trading up with the Chiefs. Baby. They're going one spot. And you know who they're going to end up taking?
Who are they going to take?
The opposite. Look, they always used to take kind of, we can get some problem childs in there because of Big Dom. They're going the other way. The guy we said would be the best player in this draft, one of them if he wasn't so banged up. But we said it earlier.
Will Johnson?
That's who they're going up for. So they trade up one pick there with the Chiefs. But again, now it's kind of the Chiefs going, man, why are we doing anything with them? They're the ones who knocked us off at the Super Bowl.
It's weird because the Chiefs traded with the Bills last year, and now they make a trade with the Eagles, who blew them out in the Super Bowl.
They just flop picks.
If they do take Jihad, which...
And by the way, they're going to go offensive line, the Chiefs, if they stay. But they are taking calls right now about actually moving down that pick.
Getting out.
But they're talking offensive tackle.
Man, the Chiefs are just accumulating picks right here.
The Eagles trade that number.
And that's good.
32 pick,
That's good because they need to. I don't know if they'll be able to sign a Karlaftis. Maybe they don't even think they can sign a Trent McDuffie, who's going to get a lot of money in a big contract. Maybe they're just trying to accumulate picks, get defensive edge rushers and cornerbacks to kind of reload here.
They hit a home run when they signed the Saints linebacker, and I'm drawing a blank on his name, but he had an unbelievable season.
Oh, Zach Bond. Yeah, Zach Bond's incredible.
That's going to be a good pick. But a little bit more on Max Harrison because I agree with you, LeVar. Like 170, he's wiry, but I didn't think he played weak. I thought he played physical at the line of scrimmage and press. I thought he would strike you as a tackler. I think he needs to clean up a lot of his tackling technique. I think there's some angles that are bad, but when you watch that Texas game,
Yeah, that's what the Bills needed. They needed to be able to get some corners who could, like, have some good press coverage. That's what they struggled with in that AFC Championship game. Their cornerbacks let them down in that game. I mean, Mahomes was able to throw all over them, I felt like. And they also had some injuries, too, at that position heading into the AFC Championship game, so they wanted to get more depth at that position.
Right now, they're taking calls about moving out of the spot. If they don't, they're going to get locked in like an offensive lineman here, offensive tackle. But yeah, it's
Close, but no cigar.
man. But
That's the only thing you might have been off of.
I said 8:30, and it's not. It won't be at 8:04.
It will be 8:40.
Pretty close.
It won't be there. Hey, but unless the trade is made, but
The only team that they could trade for would be the Raiders. If the Raiders wanted to trade back into the first round to get Shador Sanders, but I don't know the Chiefs. Why would the Chiefs want to do that and give the Raiders a quarterback?
4 through 7 the day after that.
They could possibly pick up, and some extra picks, but still the Raiders are going to get a quarterback, so it kind of doesn't make sense for them to do that.
It was brutal.
Yeah, how is that mental?
And maybe they
focus
think
for that
Shador's going to fall to them anyways, and they'll get some picks out of it.
Over 2 days, like Jay said, so you knew that first day was just going to be an absolute grind.
Oh, it's terrible.
And then you get to the second day, and it's just.
But really, you're trading, if you want Shador Sanders and you want to trade into the first round, you're really trading into the first round to get that 5th-year option. Because if he's a second-round pick, he goes into free agency pretty early. I mean, you could still franchise tag him, but there's just better to get them in the first round if you're gonna get a quarterback. But it could go either way. And the Eagles take Jahad Campbell, the best linebacker in the draft. So now they got Zach Bond, they got Jihad Campbell over there. They're gonna be tough to beat.
Had called at some point, and to the Saints trying to trade up. They're like,
sober Bruce
what are you
Allen.
trying to trade up for? You're looking like you're trying to trade up, and Bruce is like.
So the Eagles get the best linebacker in the draft. Who I had him going to the Buccaneers at 19, actually.
You'd always get that call, whether it's a trade deadline or you're on the pick. Like as soon as the clock would go 4:01 on the trade deadline, hey, I'll give you three first round picks for that.
Immediately.
It's like, and then you're on the clock. You're getting ready to go on the clock, and John will call you up. What are you doing? What are you doing? We're working, John. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
They haven't shown the trade yet, but I'm assuming for a pick swap in the first round, the Eagles probably only gave up like a 5th-round pick, right? It's not going to be much. So the pick is in for the Chiefs, and it looks like nobody was able to trade into the back end of the first round. And it looks like hopefully it's Josh Simmons or somebody to protect Patrick Mahomes. Just looking at the offensive lineman, I mean, that would be the best available one. I know he can't play right away, but
Oh boy. I don't want to ever be on that.
so if it's not Simmons, it's Jonas Savai. I mean, I've heard he's pretty good too. 6'5", 336 pounds out of Arizona, I believe. Arvonte Ersley out of Minnesota, 6'6", 330 pounds. Marcus Embo out of Purdue, 6'5", 300 pounds. I mean, those are the three next guys. Wyatt Millum out of West Virginia. Campbell, Membu, Banks, Zabel, and then Simmons is rated 4th, and then Zabel's 5th, Connerly's rated 6th, Booker 7th. So they can actually pick up, good value right here if they get Simmons at 32. Maybe they knew the Eagles weren't going to go with the offensive lineman. They knew that for a fact, so they traded with him. And I don't understand that trade because the Eagles could have got Jihad Campbell at 32, and the Chiefs could have got. That's some type of weird trade right there. I don't know. Maybe the Chiefs tried to make a statement, like, hey, you can move up one spot for him. I mean, we'll take 32 for like a 7th round pick. Maybe they wanted to just make it known that they're picking 32. I'm not too sure. What's the selection? It is Josh Simmons. There you go. So they ended up getting their guy at 32. Simmons, 6'5", 317 pounds. Tore the ACL last year around week 5. So he's not a full year healthy yet. It might take some time. Will he be healthy by training camp? I don't really know. But this is one of those picks where you're just kind of taking a chance on his injury prone. Now these bigger guys with these ACL injuries, that's what kind of scares me when you're carrying around that much weight. But that injury, they're better at it now. So it's a possibility he can get back to full strength at some point in time. But pass blocking grade 86%. And that's what the Chiefs needed. They needed somebody who could stop the edge rushers, and Simmons has that ability. Not very good against the run, but he excels at pass blocking. Player comparison, I'm going to just look at some stats right here. Yeah, he established himself as one of college football's premier offensive tackles before a devastating knee injury cut short his 2024 campaign. The San Diego native's path to becoming a potential first-round pick to begin at Madison High School before transferring to Helix, where he emerged as a consensus 4-star recruit after initially committing to San Diego State. Simmons redshirted in 2021 before starting 13 games at right tackle for the Aztecs in 2022. Okay. So in 2024, he hadn't allowed a single sack and was gaining momentum, to be a top 10 pick in the draft. And then that injury occurred. So, and he had the injury against Oregon. I want to say that was pretty early in the college season. So, this was one of the guys that I wanted, and they ended up falling to the Chiefs at 32. Like I said, I don't know if he's going to be able to play right away, but they get really good value. The fourth rated left tackle in this draft, and they were able to get him at 32. So we got here. So you got, just to recap the draft and how it went, at number 1 you got the Titans taking Cam Ward, quarterback from Miami. At 2 you got the Browns taking Travis Hunter, cornerback. Wait, you got the Jaguars taking him. Get my shit right. You got the Jaguars making a trade with the Browns at 5, and the Jaguars took Travis Hunter. The Giants took Abdul Carter, edge rusher from Penn State. Patriots took Will Campbell, offensive lineman from LSU. Browns ended up taking, with that 5th overall pick, Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan. Raiders, Gentry falls right into the Raiders' lap at 6. Jets take Membu. And at 8, the Panthers take Ted McMillan. Needed some wide receiver help over there and got it. At 9, the New Orleans Saints take Kelvin Banks. At 10, the Bears take Colston Loveland, tight end from Michigan. The tight ends going earlier this year because of what Brock Bowers did last year. That's what I'm thinking. Both of these guys I had, could have went first round in my opinion, but because of tight end being a big need now, you're going to see a few go in the top 15. That's what happened. Colston Loveland goes to the Bears. At 11, 49ers grab Michael Williams, edge rusher from Georgia. 12, Cowboys grab Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama. 13, Dolphins get Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. 14, Colts grab Tyler Warren, another tight end from Penn State. 15, Falcons grab Jalen Walker, edge rusher from Georgia. 16, the Cardinals grab Walter Nolan, defensive tackle from Ole Miss. 17, the Bengals get Shamar Stewart, edge rusher from Texas A&M. 17, the Seahawks get Gray Zabel, offensive tackle from North Dakota State. At 19, the Buccaneers get Emeka Ibuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. At 20, the Broncos get the best corner in this draft, in my opinion, Jahdae Barron, the corner from Alabama, or Texas, actually. Sorry about that. 21, the Steelers get Derek Harmon, defensive tackle from Oregon. They ended up passing on Shedeur. A lot of people, including myself, thought they might take him. 22, Chargers get Omarion Hampton, another weapon. He's going to be scary. Gentry and now Hampton, the Chiefs got to deal with in that division. 23, the Packers get Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas. They get some help for Jordan Love, another weapon for him. Minnesota Vikings get Donovan Jackson, which was probably one of the craziest picks in this draft, I would say. I didn't really have him even as a first-round grade, and the Vikings ended up getting some protection for their quarterback. I forget his name, the guy out of Michigan they got last year. Then the Giants ended up, then some stuff started happening. And then the Giants traded with Houston, got back into the first round, and then grabbed Jackson Dart. The first time where you saw Shedeur might fall into the second round, right into the Raiders' lap. And the next pick, Giants got Jackson Dart. The next pick, the Falcons traded with the Rams. The Falcons ended up getting James Pierce Jr. and Jalen Walker. So big pass rush help for them. And at 27, the Ravens get Malachi Starks. A lot of people had him the best rated safety in this draft. I had Nick Emanwari as probably my best safety, but they take Starks out of Georgia. The Lions take Tyreek Williams, another crazy pick that I didn't really even have a first-round grade on, but these guys are coming from Ohio State. They played in a ton of big games, so maybe that's what they're thinking. get the experience in the big games with the playoff teams like the Vikings and the Lions. So the Commanders at 29 take Josh Connerly Jr., who was an option for the Chiefs. They ended up taking him over Josh Simmons. Connerly Jr. can help right now that team. Simmons, possibly with the injury, can't play right away. So that's what I'm thinking there. And at 30, you had the Bills take Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback out of Kentucky. Strengths are good press coverage, but the knocks on him are he's not really a good tackler. At 31, you had the Eagles make a trade with the Chiefs. I didn't understand this one. The Chiefs moving to pick 32, Eagles moving up, taking Jihad Campbell. Maybe there was another trade somebody wanted to trade into the first round with the Chiefs other than the Eagles, and maybe the Eagles thought, okay, we want to trade with the Chiefs and get the best linebacker in this draft. So that's what I'm thinking. There were other teams in the mix for pick 31 that wanted to jump up. I don't think the Chiefs were asking for a lot. Maybe I haven't seen the trade yet, but maybe they pick up a 5th round pick right there, because they didn't have any, in this draft. I think they had 2/3. They didn't have a 4th or a 5th. I'd have to check on that. It's either they didn't have a 4th or a 5th, they didn't have a 5th or a 6th. But the Chiefs at pick 32 take Josh Simmons from Ohio State. What's going on, Chase? And yeah, that's basically the draft right there, and it's been a long draft, but the Chiefs ended up getting some protection for Mahomes, and that's really all I cared about. Genty going to the Raiders, and Omari and Hampton going to the Chargers. That's going to be tough to handle, but yeah, I thought he was going to. I thought he was going to the Steelers too. I thought Mike Tomlin, Shedeur Sanders, Deion Sanders. I thought that would be pretty cool to watch, like just sitting on the outside watching that. But the Steelers ended up going with the defensive tackle and passed on Shedeur. Maybe look at it tomorrow. Maybe somebody trades with the Titans at pick number 1 and trades up and takes Shedeur. Nobody wanted to trade with the Chiefs at 32. I mean, they weren't able to get a deal done. So, Shedeur Sanders, it would be good value to get him in the 2nd round, being that a lot of people had him as a 2nd overall pick in this draft. So, oh, the Steelers don't have a round 2 pick? Okay. Yeah, well, I don't think you'll be able to get him unless you gave up some draft picks next year. So yeah, the possibility of Shedeur Sanders becoming a Raider is very possible now. Because if you look at it, the Browns don't need a quarterback. The Titans don't need one. The Giants just got Dart. The Patriots don't need one. The Jaguars don't need one. And then the Raiders are coming up with that 2nd round pick. So, guys, I'm just going to state the obvious. It's probably going to be Shedeur Sanders at that pick with the Raiders. So, yeah, it's just one of those things where you can kind of see it before it happens. But that's going to be the end of this draft. It's been 4 hours, guys. I appreciate everyone for stopping by, and thank you. Thank you for your time.